Hey everybody, it's Fandom Empire Live, Tuesday, 4/20. That's right, April the 20th, 2021. I'm one of your hosts for this evening, Sean. Thanks for taking the next 90 minutes or so of your time to sit down and talk a little bit of Halloween Kills, Star Wars, the Book of Boba Fett, Mando Season 3. We got some Knights of the Old Republic shit that just dropped. Good shit there. We're going to talk about Friday the 13th. And then Falcon and the Winter Solider, because it deserves some of the limelight here. Joining me on this episode, though, first up, number 2 at Fandom Empire. No yellow hoodie for him tonight. I'm sad. It's Tommy B. What's happening?
I'm sure you're so heartbroken.
I am. I sit there and I just think about all day. It's almost time to see the yellow hoodie, and then it didn't happen. And yeah, it broke my heart, man. Broke my heart. How's it going? You said you needed. You wish there was more hours in a day. What's happening, dude?
Oh, just trying to get everything done, between trying to wrap up everything before we get into show mode, so I can just go to bed right after, that sort of thing, But otherwise, I'm hanging in there, buddy, doing the best I can. Just trying to go with the flow, go with as things come. Some news comes in with work, you take it as is, and you just roll with it. How you doing?
Doing. It's been a busy day nonstop from the time we woke up this morning. Had to drive a couple hours out to Jade's Cottage, do some stuff there, and then came back home and did some stuff there. And it's just everything's crazy right now. And then on the weekend, when was it? Like friggin' Friday night, my brother messages me and he's like, hey. And first of all, my brother and I aren't super close by any means. We're sort of at like an okay part of a relationship, but we're not super close. And he's been through quite a bit here lately. And he's like, hey, man, you need to message me. Give me a call. I'm just like, okay. And I had made him an offer because of the restrictions that are up here that if they had to have a backyard wedding, that I would go and do that for them. I'd stream it for everybody who couldn't be there. And yeah, Jade's right. Friday at like 8:30 at night. And so I called him, so I take it you want me to do the stream here on the 8th of May. And he's like, actually, I was hoping you could do it tomorrow. I'm like, pardon me? He's like, yeah, I need you to do it tomorrow. I need you to come into our massive church and hook into the sound system there and do everything you need to do and get it done. And asked me if it was possible. And, I messaged you, Tommy, and I was a little out of my element. Posted some pictures on Facebook. But I'm really happy to say it went 99% smoothly. And it was definitely an experience being in, that sort of atmosphere. And they needed to get it in before restrictions went up. And they got it in. I'm sure it's not as, I'm sure it wasn't everything they hoped it to be, but both people seem happy. And so I have a new sister-in-law, and it was an experience. And one thing's for sure, I've been a little worried about this campfire watch-along Kieran, Johnny, myself, and our buddy Reeve are going to do, hopefully at the end of May. We'll see how things go. Might be June at this point. And when this went the way it did, it was like, oh, well, I mean, if I could do this on little notice, we can do the campfire watch-along, no problem. So it was nice to sort of inspire some confidence like that. Sorry for rambling on. Without further ado, the guy who looks like he's constipated at the moment with the Packers hat on, over to the host of Bros Before Pros, who then they've done streams. It's true. It's damn true. Johnny, what's happening?
Not a whole hell of a lot. It's just your usual Tuesday night. I'm happy. I just read something a few minutes ago that made me more excited for one of the upcoming Marvel series.
What's that? Drop it right off the bat.
Drop it like it's hot. It came out today. I think it was Variety.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't get any more official than that. I mean,
I think, yeah, it's Variety. It was reporting that there's a new cast member set to join Secret Invasion, and she's pretty well known to the members of this panel. And she was the first of her name, the unburnt Queen of the Andals in the First Men, Amelia Clark.
Nice.
Joining Secret Invasion.
Nice. Now, what show is Secret Invasion?
That is the Sam Jackson, Ben Mendelsohn.
Sam Jones, huh? Wow.
Yeah, Sam Jones. No, I'm thinking Falcon and Winter Soldier. Yes. Sam Jackson and Ben Mendelsohn, and yesterday it was announced that Olivia Colman is joining that series as well. So I'm pretty damn excited for that series.
Nice. All the Game of Thrones alum are making their way over to Marvel, it seems like. So, I mean, and all guys, I've been itching to rewatch Game of Thrones really badly.
Wait, shouldn't we be commenting on the Star Wars of this whole series? Because 3 out of the 4 named cast members were in Star Wars.
She was in a forgettable film, and Sam Jackson's in everything, and Ben Mendelsohn was a one-off. So, although he was fantastic, I mean, Ben Mendelsohn's great in everything he does.
One of the only good parts of that movie.
Oh, see, I can't go that bad. I've really turned around on Rogue One.
I haven't. Yeah, but that's probably because I haven't watched it really since then. Like, I watched it once after it came out on Blu-ray because, I watched it with my parents who hadn't gone to the theaters, obviously, and it didn't do much.
Theaters? What are theaters? Is this some figment of your imagination?
No, they're those places we used to go to, like classrooms.
Yeah.
But it's probably been about as long since we've been to a theater than since we were in a classroom, except for Kieran and probably Tommy.
Wow. Just wow. You want to hear something crazy, man?
I don't know if I do.
I was going to say this off air, but I never got a chance. So to the audience, this is going to be utterly irrelevant. In about 7 weeks time, it will actually more like 2 months. In about 2 months time.
No, I don't need to hear it because I know already what you're saying, and I don't want to hear it.
It will be 20 years.
I don't want to hear it.
Since Mr. Judge taught us regularly. 20 years. You know you're creeping up on that finish line a little too quickly when Toronto Freddy says, any y'all seen the Shang-Chi trailer? That looks so fucking dope. I have. I don't know much about it, so I can't claim to be an expert, but the trailer they put out was intriguing. I will say that. Was it on the level of, say, Loki? No, I didn't think so. I'm really excited for Loki, but I think Shang-Chi has a chance to be something unique and special and potential box office success worldwide. Also joining us this evening, host of the Rick and Morty fan show and hater of the... No, I'm kidding. Kieran, what's happening, man?
Not too much. I'm actually really dropping off, like energy-wise right now. I got my COVID shot yesterday. I feel like I'm getting the tiredness that apparently is supposed to happen. Like I don't know. I find I'm really fading, but I'm super excited to see a lot of people in the chat talking about the Mortal Kombat movie, and the answer is yes. I am super excited for the Mortal Kombat movie. I'm really jazzed about it. I'm actually a big fan of the original movie. Even though it's campy and it's whatever, but
let's be real.
I love that movie too.
You don't like the original. You like Annihilation.
And I have all the games. I'm excited. As revealed last time, I have some Mortal Kombat games just handy here too. So, yeah, super excited for Mortal Kombat, and I was excited when I heard the news about Secret Invasion. Although I read the Secret Invasion comics. And Secret Invasion in the comics was like a big deal that like encompassed the entire Marvel universe. And I feel like it's going to be like a small show and really compacted in there. So if it's like that, I will kind of be disappointed, but I understand what they're doing. So
I think
Secret Invasion was actually a crossover that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, I think you'll see the effects of Secret Invasion on the big screen. It's to me, it's kind of like the inverse of the big Hydra reveal in was it Winter Soldier or was it Age of Ultron, where we found out that Hydra was S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know. It was one of those mid-range movies.
Oh,
but I think
that was Captain America 2, I think.
Yeah, Winter
it was
Soldier. Winter Soldier.
That's what I
Yep.
thought.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think it's going to be similar to that. Like, if you watched Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. back then you know how big of a reveal that was going from movie to TV. I think this is going to kind of go the other way, in that things that happen in the TV series are going to affect the movies as a whole. And I wouldn't be too surprised to find a hero that has been replaced by a Skrull at some point during that.
For sure. I mean, I remember the late John Schnepp going on about that for a long, long time, that was a possibility. Rest in peace, John Schnepp, by the way. Good dude. Big time fandom. You can find a bunch of his videos everywhere, a bunch of the old Collider stuff. I still strongly suggest everybody head out and check out anything John did back in the day. He's a real good guy. I just want to say, you got to keep in mind, though, the current slate of TV, Kevin Feige is behind in producing. Kevin Feige did not consider Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. canon. He's been very vocal of saying that has nothing to do with my movies.
No, but for the first I think 4 seasons, it stayed in tune with it.
Oh, for sure. I'm just saying his
they
personal.
started dealing with like time travel and space that things started completely going off the rails with relation to. I mean, I guess when the Inhumans, when they started going down that road, that things kind of went. MCU left turn, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. right turn.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Feige's been pretty vocal since the beginning, though, of not considering it canon. However, Kevin Feige, as big as he is, at the end of the day, is still not the final decision maker when it comes to that. He can be overruled. That is the way Disney works. Do you remember all those old chats we used to get in the Wastelands, man, where everybody would be like, no, Kathleen Kennedy or J.J. Abrams or Ryan Johnson get final say on everything. Disney does not matter whatsoever. It's like, you naive fucking idiot. It's just, oh man.
I thought you were going to bring up George Lucas not considering the books canon all the time.
Well, he didn't. At the end of the day, he would cherry pick. He cherry picked from the books. Coruscant's example of that. So he definitely cherry picked from the books, but no, he never considered them canon. And at the end of the day, the only one he considered canon, he ended up overwriting himself, is when Splinter of the Mind's Eye came out, which was really the first Star Wars book.
The first book, yeah.
He was like, oh, okay, this is canon. And then obviously sometime, during his initial writing of Empire, he's like, oh, well, I guess I gotta.
Wait, I can't do that.
Right? So
that doesn't work.
And then come to Jedi. Oh, I had a plan from the beginning. I love George, but everybody can contradict themselves.
Every creative genius is fallible. Everybody makes mistakes. I mean, even the great Kevin Feige makes mistakes.
Oh, for sure.
Mandarin, I'm looking at you.
Okay, again, yeah, you're right. Oh, but it's hilarious to watch. Like, it's so bad, it's funny.
I love the Mandarin. You don't like the fake Mandarin? I love that. I
didn't, because I liked it once we got the one shot.
Okay.
Like, once the one shot came out with the I think it was the Blu-ray release. Once they did that one shot where they pretty much pull the curtain back and be like, yes, we know he's not the Mandarin. The real Mandarin does exist in the universe, and now we're getting to see him. So I was okay with it then, because it made sense. Like the same with like the 10 rings becoming a terrorist cell. Like, no, there's literally 10 rings on a dude's fingers. Like,
what's the matter, Johnny? You never saw it coming?
I'm so lost. Anyway, I'm going to take this moment to interject here. Welcome to the show. This is Fandom Empire Live, our Tuesday edition, Season 3, Episode 8, titled Halloween Kills, Mob Rules Concept, Script to Screen. So we're going to talk about Halloween Kill stuff that's already out there publicly. We're not going to go into spoilers. We had a Patreon stream the other night. I thought Kieran brought up while I don't agree with his points, I thought the points were valid, and I think that a lot of other people may share Kieran's take on that, and we're going to dive into that soon. So we got Halloween Kills, the mob rules concept from script to screen, and then we've started to hear some rumblings of a changed ending for Halloween Kills. Now, we're not going to tell you what the ending is, because that would be spoiling. But I'll give you my thoughts, my non-spoiler thoughts on what the actual very end of the film's like and what I thought of it, and if I think that it should change. And Tommy will be able to give his. Tommy, you remember enough of the ending to remember exactly how it ends?
Can you repeat that?
Jesus Christ.
Vintage Tommy!
No, I was checking out the socials.
Halloween Kills, you remember how it ends, correct? Like the very end? Okay, that's all you'll need to know.
I can read it right now.
Me too.
Do you remember how
and the rest
Halloween
of the planet.
ends kills, though?
Well, I mean, technically, 3 pages in. Anyways, we're going to talk about Friday the 13th. One question that we're going to ask the panel, and then we're going to ask everybody in the chat. We got some Star Wars rumblings out of the Book of Boba Fett and Mando Season 3. Got some Kenobi updates. And then we're going to talk a little bit about Falcon and the Winter Solider, and we'll touch on Knights of the Old Republic towards the end of the show. Don't do it now, but if you're here for the Knights of the Old Republic stuff, I put out a pre-produced video prior to the show, prior to Kieran's Rick and Morty fan show, which you can find on the channel. It's about 7 minutes long, easier to get to. But let's get into this, and obviously Q&A, time for your questions, whatever you guys want to talk about. But if you want to support the channel, feel free to do so. Send in a super chat. It keeps the lights on around here and allows us to keep doing the content that we do. Some nights are great super chat nights. Some nights aren't. A little bit of mix of both. We understand everybody's in their own, situation. Kieran's flipping the ones, even though they don't exist in Canada. But yeah, let's do that, and feel free to chime in. And we do read any and all super chats, no matter how stupid they are, unless they're spoiler filled, in which case we will delete it. Gents, let's start right here. Halloween Kills. That's right. We're actually going to start with Halloween. That'll shut the haters up. Not make them wait 30 minutes.
That is like legit so out of character for us.
Right? And any other smart marketing. Oh, there goes Tommy's. There, he's back.
Yeah, my camera shut off. I turned it back on.
Oh, it's a shirt, man. They're wondering where the yellow hoodie is. Your camera turned itself off.
I don't know if it shut off initially, but the light was off on the actual camera, so I just shut it off, turned it back. And it doesn't matter. Well,
in the words of the whitest kids you know, now you fucked up.
You'll get over it.
Let's not go down a WKUK road, okay? We'll end up in some weird places.
Yeah. William Bowers is saying WTF. Jazz King says rumors. I don't know what either of them are talking about, to be honest. Not a whole lot of context there. So let's dive into this. Halloween Kills. This may shock some people, but guys like John Carpenter, David Gordon Green, and even some of the talent in the movie, Dean's like, you're starting with kills? Right? I know, we usually don't do that, but we're going to do it. Although, we're 22 minutes in. That's what we do. We do the Seinfeld shtick, and then we get to the topics. If you know...
Wait, I thought we were funny.
Are you trying to say Seinfeld's not funny?
Not as always.
Sorry.
It's usually funny. But there are definitely some ones that just make you go, oh, dear Lord, what are you doing?
And that's going to do it for Johnny on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great evening. Don't forget, Bros Before Pros Gaming. We'll bring Johnny back. How fucking dare you? How dare you? I suppose
I don't think it's the greatest show of all time. I don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's like there's some amazing episodes.
It's the greatest sitcom of all time.
There's some great episodes without a doubt, but it's not as universally funny as some people would like you think.
What's better?
I'm not saying
what's better. Name like, one. Name one.
It's situational and it's perverse. Everybody gets their own choice. Like, I find other series more funny than that. I laugh more frequently watching MASH than I do watching Seinfeld. Like, there are episodes
MASH
that are
is
hilarious.
A classic. I wouldn't call MASH a sitcom. I mean, I know some people view it as one, but...
I mean, it certainly is, but it's a more serious sitcom, I guess would be the best way to describe it. But I laugh more frequently watching MASH than I do watching Seinfeld.
And just, well, you're just, you suck. You suck. You need to get one of those fucking Spirit Squad shit droppings on your head right now, not just because of the hat, but wow. What a dog shit opinion. No, I'm kidding. An opinion, well, I disagree with his opinion. And so does, several million other people. Anyways, see how we found a way to not get to Halloween Kills right off the bat? Now let's get to Halloween Kills.
Derry.
So according to John Carpenter, who I hear knows a thing or two, I mean, if you're talking to, Tony Moron, he does a thing or two as well. But, Tony Moron, a.k.a. Moran's a fucking dickwad. I can think of another group of people he can go hang out with. Anyways, those that don't know Tony Moron, by the way, a.k.a. Moran, he played Michael for about 4 seconds in Halloween 1978, and considers himself the OG Michael Myers and goes around and bashes people and acts like he knows everybody. It's like, dude, you're probably on set for 4 hours? Might have had 1 or 2, casting sessions prior to that. Shut the fuck up. What do you know? You don't know shit. Anyways, that's all I want to touch on him. I know Toronto Freddy really wants us to go off on him, but go watch Dave's meltdown on him, and, it's classic. Anyways, Halloween Kills comes out this year, still slated for October the 15th. And John Carpenter, David Gordon Green, the talent in the film, has reiterated a ton of times, not to mention the film's code name was Mob Rules, it's basically Haddonfield going not one-on-one, but it's basically a Haddonfield versus, sorry, we need to get Kieran back in here. It's basically Haddonfield versus Michael Myers. That is the premise of Halloween Kills. Keep spoilers out of the chat, people, please. Kieran is back, briefly anyway. So that's the premise of Halloween Kills. It's basically a witch hunt for Michael. And, I like that idea. I like the idea that the town is so close-knit, and they can't wait to just go take this guy out for what has happened in 1978 and what had happened in Halloween 18. And they've had enough. They're taking the law into their own hands. Vengeance, basically. So, Kieran, I'm going to allow you to have the floor here. What's your take? And this isn't to set Kieran up for to be shit on. I found his take legitimately curious, because I do think if people don't like the premise of the movie, they may not like the movie. So, Kieran, what's your take on the premise of the town of Haddonfield going after Michael Myers in Halloween Kills?
Yeah. Well, I mean, so we had our Patreon show, and without giving away anything for the Patreon show, because that's for the people who pay for the Patreon show, I kind of went on about how I would like Michael Myers to be, stalking someone, and, being kind of like not the kind of person you fuck around with. And you posed kind of the idea of it being, in my opinion, kind of like a Frankenstein witch hunt. Like, the townspeople going after Frankenstein and him hiding and that sort of thing. And I was like, man, I would really hate a movie like that. And then you informed me that that's what the movie is supposed to be. And I said, well, that sounds like a shitty premise.
I do want to hang on. I want to reiterate that I never said that it was like Frankenstein, and I never said that Michael is hiding. Just so we're clear.
You said that you said that a mob is coming after him. You said the townspeople are going after him. I compared it to Frankenstein, but I don't know the specifics. Anyways,
Kieran, can you clarify something?
Yeah.
You did not read the script yet, right?
No, I didn't. I have it, but I haven't read it.
Okay.
Anyways, so I basically have said that I'm not a big fan of this premise, and I don't like the idea that the town is going to come after and try to hunt down Michael. I don't enjoy the fact that, the town should be scared shitless of him, in my opinion. They shouldn't be like, oh, yeah, we'll go get him. I know that Halloween 4 kind of has that in that with the, drunken townspeople, but...
the drunk guys at the bar, yeah.
But like, it's okay if a few people decide, like, oh, well, we'll go out and get him while he's in our town. But, like, I think the town kind of, like, all getting together and deciding they're going to take him down is not something I'm interested in the least bit. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch the movie, because I've been waiting a long time for it. And, you could make a movie about almost anything, and execution and, if it turns out really good, it'll be really good. Like, I'm not too worried about it, but I'm not excited at all for this idea. I feel like Michael Myers should always be stalking his prey, and, I enjoy the characters trying to, get away from him, and maybe trying to destroy him while he's coming after them. But like, the idea that the whole town is going to go hunt him down, I can't see that playing out in a way that I'm going to enjoy. So I'm still optimistic about the movie, but like, I'm a little reserved for the fact that it's possible I won't like this movie. And I don't know. I think that it's going to be a different movie. I think it might veer more towards action than horror, and that's not something that I'm signing up for.
Well, I mean, I personally disagree with almost everything you just said, but I found the take unique.
As always.
Yeah, I found the take unique. And again, if we were four guys who agreed on every little fucking thing here, what would be the point of having four guys on the show? There wouldn't be a point to having it. So, except for, those that just want yes men, and that's definitely not us. I'm going to go to the other guy who hasn't read the script yet before I go to Tommy. Johnny, the premise of Halloween Kills, as stated by the actual filmmakers themselves, it was codenamed Mob Rules, and the film is basically the town of Haddonfield having enough of what Michael has done, and they're going for him. Your thoughts on the premise, having not read the script?
I mean, I agree with Kieran on certain points. Like, as a premise, I mean, it's all about how you get there, right? We have,
I can't talk about that.
No, but I'm saying, like, to me, there needs to be something that unites the town against Michael, because Michael's always kind of been this sort of, I don't want to say you either believe in him or you don't.
Just because I feel like this will add to
you're either afraid of him or you're not.
Just because I think this will add to your point, I will say this, and it's not a spoiler. It's not like the town of Haddonfield goes, you know what? That Michael Myers guy escaped. Let's go kill him. No, there's absolutely well, Bill, that sounds like a great idea. Let's stop at the local Starbucks first. No, it's nothing like that at all. Hey, my buddy Cliff down the street, he's a meth head, 400 pounds. He'll help for sure. Remember what we said there about meth heads are not. So
I'm picturing Macaulay Culkin hiding a bunch of traps in his house and being like, yes, and hits him with the paint can. And
have you seen the Robot Chicken Halloween 2018? Michael goes after Kevin from Home Alone.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
It's hilarious.
That must have been where I got that idea from, but I did not think about that. But yeah, I'm picturing like them setting traps for him, and like that just
no, it's very much
or any sort of thing like that. Like,
think of like the again, it's not a spoiler because Michael Shane says, "No offense, man, but you." I think he's talking to you, by the way, Kieran, because I'm not criticizing it. No offense, man, but you sound like one of those people who unfairly criticizes movies just to sound smarter than you are.
I am smarter than I am.
Does that work if he's praising a movie too? Because I can think of one. Anyways, that's a story for another time. No, it's not Home Alone-ish or anything like that. I will say this, is there's absolutely a definitive point, obviously early in the movie, to allow the premise of the movie to take over, where the town of Haddon feels like enough is enough. This is why we're doing this. So it's not just like, Home Alone. There's a reason for it.
Macaulay Culkin did that too.
Spoiler alert, Macaulay Culkin is in Halloween Kills playing Kevin from Home Alone. It's actually a shared universe. Oh my God, can you imagine?
He even has a line in it where he's like, that's it. Like, I've had enough. I forget what the line is, but,
That'd be hilarious. Wayne Gotke sends in a $10 super chat. He says, I've been saying forever that Laurie's fire could have easily caught the surrounding forest on fire, I've been saying forever that Laurie's fire could have easily caught the surrounding forest on fire, causing bigger problems, but that might be more realism than some peeps want. I can't comment on that, Wayne. But it's you're very valid to think like that because it is very close to the house, and it is a very bad fire. But those that are like, oh my God, you just told us that Michael survives the fire. How could you? It's like
there's a next movie that tells us Michael survived the fire.
Oh my God.
There might even be 2 more movies.
Look, and I will say this though, for Michael surviving the fire is, I don't know if I call it genius, but the idea that he's just, some dumb guy killing everybody in his sight, that's not the case at all. Michael is extremely smart to survive the fire the way that he survives the fire. Would you not say, Tommy? Over to Tommy for a second. Actually, sorry, we didn't let Johnny finish his point. Back to Johnny. Tommy, we'll get to you in that beautiful shirt you're wearing in a second. Johnny, continue on the premise, now knowing that there is a reason that they get to that. And Toronto Freddy says, slash the like button, my little piggies.
I mean, like I said, it's all about how we get there. I mean, obviously you say there is an event that gets us there, and, I have no reason to question that. So I don't know. I mean, it's just going to come down to what the event is, how believable it is, and how far they go with it. A bunch of town people rising up to go against this, boogeyman, basically. It does reek of, the people versus Frankenstein's monster, and I mean, that's not to say that there's anything wrong with that, because everything, is a parallel of something,
Yep.
There's no such thing as original in 2021 except for art. And even that is, inspired by previous artists. So, not the only original things are children, and that's about it. But there's nothing wrong with that as long as it makes sense and it's believable. Like, there needs to be an event that brings the towns together because, like I said, it's sort of been this, you're either afraid of Michael or you're not. The entire town hasn't had to deal with him in, almost 40 years? So, the fact that podcast kind of went out there and did that, shows the status of Michael. He's sort of reached that. I don't want to compare him to any real life parables, but there are definitely real life, comparables to that sort of status. But, I assume that the real world isn't much different than that. So there's probably been a bunch of weird true crime documentaries and stuff done on Michael inside the universe. So I don't know. I mean, I don't like it, but I'm not against it. It's just gonna have to interest me, and if that opening thing doesn't, if that opening event isn't believable to me to make the people rise against, then I don't know if I'm gonna like it.
Well, I mean, again, I'm gonna take what you're saying with a huge grain of salt, since you were the Danny McBride can't be a part of a successful Halloween movie.
Hey, I ate my.
You
I
did.
ate my
I'll give you
crow for
credit. Yeah, you did. There was a comment in the chat I wanted to read here, and I just lost it. It gave me a good laugh. Alex Roof says, "Enough is enough. I've had it with this motherfucking Michael Myers in this motherfucking town, or my motherfucking town." You know what I could see is Sam Jackson pops up in Halloween Kills just to say that one line, and he gets run over in a car, and out steps 109-year-old Dr. Loomis, who has just run over Sam Jackson. He's just like, I shot him 6 times back in 78. Or something along those lines. But yeah. Frank wants to know, what the hell are you talking about, Johnny? You're nuts. Tommy B.
I believe he asked what the hell I'm talking about. The nuts part is, I can read the chat too.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty good at reading Frank. He thinks you're nuts. He also thinks that at times on your camera, it looks like you're coming out the birth canal. So, yeah, he did say that. Anyways,
how does he know what that looks like?
I don't know. I don't. Tommy B, over to a man who has, in fact, read the script, knows the ending, knows all of the film. You, sir, have first-hand knowledge of what happens, although you don't know how it happens on screen, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Your thoughts on the premise, and after reading the script, is it a premise that fits?
Are you sure I don't know what it looks like on the screen?
Dun, 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 dun. I don't have a dun, 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 dun sound effect.
So, premise.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I get bored sometimes, and I just have to play with action figures.
I couldn't tell if you have said that. Do you have a sound effect or you need a sound effect? Anyway.
Oh, yeah, no. My Laurie Strode.
What
was
a
just
fantastic
walking
thing
across
to
the
say
street
on
go shoot
stream.
Johnny.
He gets bored. Fantastic.
I
Tommy,
got a
take
short
it away.
attention span. And I really like action figures, if you haven't noticed.
No, I couldn't tell. So, premise of film. It's definitely exciting because while we've seen elements of it play out in, previous films, other timelines and such, I don't know if I would say that it was ever the goal, the headliner, if you will. I would hesitate at that. And
You mean them hunting Michael?
yes, I do.
Yeah, it's never been done like this.
I would definitely hesitate to say that it was, the headliner. So, moving into it like this, you kind of already have some expectations built up. And going into the script, these expectations are We'll say that there's a buildup. There's a gradual buildup. I think I can say that.
Yeah.
And in my honest opinion, the whole thing is pulled off quite well. I really appreciate it. I think that, as you said, I think it's been a while, but as we've said on this channel many, many times, this film will very likely be many Halloween fans, or whether casual or what, favorite movie of the franchise to date. I think that's
if script translates to screen, which
if
is
script
not always
translates
the
to
case.
screen. Yes, we've seen many times in the past where the script was cool, but the movie sucked. So,
Or maybe they'll just see a guy who looks cool walking by the set and put him in the movie.
maybe is that your plan?
I'm talking about the Man in Black thing. Apparently they were just like, that guy looks cool, put him in the movie. So
While all that was going on, Toronto Freddy and Kieran were having a secret conversation about looking at Laurie's boobs under the toy. That's,
oh my God.
That's pretty jacked, guys. That's
my
pretty
God.
fucked up.
What?
I mean, we do some fucked up shit here, but literally, this was Kieran's reaction to Freddy's comment. He's just like, it was hilarious. I was dying.
That's an action figure.
Hey,
all right,
some
I'm
people
not
are
gonna
into
lie. I already checked.
Oh my God.
Oh man! Wow. All right, let's shift gears here, focusing on Halloween. Actually, what does the chat think? Okay, we haven't had a chance to do one of these questions in a bit. A simple yay or nay, guys. Yes or no. Yeah or no. You get the shtick. Is the chat on board with the premise of Halloween Kills being mob rules, the town of Haddonfield going on a hunt for Michael Myers? Yes or no? Is the chat down with that concept? Somebody call the wambulance. Freddy's dying. All right, we'll see what the chat says. Let's move on, though. Halloween Kills from script to screen. Now, the reason I wanted to talk a little bit about this, guys, tonight is, look, if you're doing a YouTube channel, and Kieran knows this now from doing the Rick and Morty fan show, is you go and join other pages, other groups, other communities. It depends on how much you participate in them, how well you get to know the people that are part of those places. But one of the things that I've seen a lot, and it's been picking up a lot more recently, Kieran, it looks like basically everybody's disagreeing with you. Watch it end up being
Damn,
just like
Kieran, the chat is saying your opinion sucks.
Oh man.
Like everywhere else in my life, I'm the bad guy. I'm always the bad guy.
Hey, I'm used to that. So, look, I've seen everywhere. The Halloween Kill script is amazing, and like, yeah, I'm gonna be a bit of a dick here for a second, and like,
you don't say.
Look, you don't say. You don't say. Fuck you, man. Is this script right here? This guy. Right there, it's hard to make it out with the plastic on it, is one of the more enjoyable scripts I've ever read in my life. That includes Star Wars movies, that includes fan fictions, whatever. I liked it a lot. Like, I was blown away. But I also realized that means expectations go up for it when the script is that good, right? It happens. That's the way the world works. The one thing I can't stand, though, is you see people in these groups who have read the script, whether it's the 92-page version or the, I think, 117-page version. It's like, immediately, they're like, oh, well, this is clearly going to be the best Halloween movie ever. Or this is clearly going to be the best Halloween movie since the original. And I'm telling you guys, and you fellas know this, Halloween, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, To Kill a Mockingbird, whatever, American Graffiti. All these different movies have these scripts, but it doesn't mean they always translate on screen. Do I think the Halloween Kills script is amazing? Yes, I think it has the potential to be one of the best Halloween movies ever. Does that mean it's going to be? No, because it's the director's job to take that script, and it doesn't matter if he wrote it too. At the end of the day, what you write is not exactly what's on screen for any movie. It's just, that's the way it is. Johnny, I'm going to go to you first, man. Script to screen, I'm sure you've read some great scripts and screenplays in your day, and then maybe not before they've come out, remind you, but and been like, oh, well, why is this so much better than the movie? Or, oh, what, this is so much shittier than the movie. What would your warning be to people who were going off just the script for their expectations for this movie?
Well, I mean, 1,000%, I guarantee it's not going to be the same thing you see. That's an overwhelming guarantee, because unless you are physically on set reading the script after they filmed the scene, you're never reading the real script, because there are always on-set changes to every script, no matter what it is. There are some directors and writers who are sticklers, and you have to stick to the script exactly as written. Those are the exception, not the rule. They are few and far between, especially nowadays, where outside of, dramatic movies, they tend to stay a bit closer to what you read on the script, just because there's less wiggle room with, the words affecting the story. But even then, they're still going to be different, because they can't shoot something properly in the day, so it switches to a later sequence, which doesn't make sense in the script because it's a day scene. There's hundreds of other differences, but the biggest ones are, comedies and action movies.
Not to mention, can I chime in here for 1 second? You just mentioned comedy first. David Gordon Green is not known as a horror guy. He's known as a comedy guy. Mm-hmm. So's Danny McBride. And both of them are known for lots of on-set changes. Now, we're lucky enough to have an idea what those on-set changes are from some people that we know. It's one of the reasons why there's an updated version of the script that includes a lot of those changes. But even then, you can't list every single detail of an action sequence or a stalking sequence in the script, or the musical score, or the sound effects, or design in general, or the editing process. None of that is in a script. Sorry, continue, John. Hot button issue. Go ahead.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're dealing with, an action movie or a horror movie, unless you have both scripts and storyboards, you have no idea, because you can't, because you're exactly right. No matter how descriptive you are as a writer, you're not going to describe it to the millimeter in a script like you would in a book or a novel. With there, you have to So you have to paint the picture with words, as an author, but as a what's the technical term for being a script writer? I can't think of the technical term. When you're writing a script
writer?
No, there's a more, like author writer. No, there's another phrase I'm looking for. I can't think of what it is right now. But when you write scripts, you don't have to do that because you're not painting a word picture. Somebody is actually painting a people picture. The descriptions are always going to be different because you're not going to break it down to the nth degree. Like if you're reading a novel, they will describe it down to, the character shrugged, so-and-so shrugged in a haphazard manner and their face lit up and their eyes jumped open. You don't have to be that descriptive in a script because that's all down to the director. Of course the writer's going to do it, but the director knows the inflection, knows the delivery, and they do that. So you're never going to have that level of detail in a script, which makes it completely different compared to a novel versus a script. So, I mean, I think the perfect example is read a script, read a novelization. Yeah, they both tell the same general story, but they're going to be completely different. And obviously, I'm not including things that are exclusively in novelizations versus what appears in the script.
I can already tell you that. I mean, it's a no-brainer that there's stuff in novelizations that just aren't in movies. That's every movie.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm saying, even if you eliminate those things because they're probably from a script, a scene that was left on the cutting room floor, they decided they couldn't film for whatever reason, But if you just take things directly from a novelization versus things directly from a movie, they're going to be completely different because in the novel they have to describe it to every single detail that you would see on screen, and there's a reason why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Dean Renner says, I've spoken to 2 different people who allegedly were at the test screenings. Their information from both was very similar. Yeah, we know somebody who was at the test screening too, and they've been pretty spot on. And the best thing is it's somebody completely different from where I got this from. And so, I knew it wasn't just, hey, someone who read the script was at the test screening. They also had some pictures to verify it too. And I heard the same thing from them. And I'm actually going to address the test screening here in a few. So we'll get to that in 1 second. Tommy, I want to switch to you here for a second. Dangerous things can come from reading scripts or spoilers for a movie. Look at what happened with The Last Jedi. I still blame, Kieran might be surprised with what I'm about to say. I still blame fandom for one of the reasons The Last Jedi was received the way that it was. Is the same people who basically leaked everything about The Force Awakens were the same people that leaked basically everything about The Last Jedi. The difference was on The Force Awakens, they were 95% right, and on The Last Jedi, they were about 2% right. So everything you read going into The Last Jedi sounded like this amazing fucking brilliant thing, and to some people it is, but it set an expectation for probably hundreds of thousands of people who read those spoilers and then went and seen the movie expecting that or something along those lines, and when it wasn't that, they were pissed. So reading spoilers, reading scripts prior to a movie coming out can be a dangerous thing because it can set expectations. The difference is we can say undoubtedly the Halloween Kill script is the real deal. It is what you're going to see on screen. Tommy?
Can you format that in a question?
Well, what's your take on reading scripts and or spoilers before seeing the movie?
So here's the thing, and you brought up The Last Jedi. That's a good example. It is. As you said, little of what we were told we were going to get, we actually got. If we want to say 2% of that, well, we sure as hell had 98% of The Rise of Skywalker leaked. And I got that, and I make it absolutely no secret. The Rise of Skywalker is the only Star Wars film today I haven't acquired a physical copy of yet. I'm planning to. I just haven't done it yet. If I have seen it since I first saw it in theaters, I've only seen it once. I was it's not that I think The Rise of Skywalker is the worst film. It's that I was extremely underwhelmed by it. And, you know, there were many issues.
Hey, Tommy B, shut up. Shut up, Tommy B.
Bite me. There were many reasons I felt that way. But I think one of the big ones was I knew all the major plot elements. And I wasn't particularly fond of them to begin with before even seeing them. So, you know, there is a danger of sorts when you go into a film having read the script, having known all the spoilies there are out there. So, yeah, this is getting weird.
If you're going to be cut off, that's a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, this is getting pretty weird. So
that was that was baby talk for I agree with Kieran.
Oh my God.
I don't think so.
So proceed with caution, whatever you do. If you want to know kills and you haven't read the script already, it's not that hard to find.
Love you too.
But, you know.
Sorry, I gotta
be careful.
I gotta take a second to hit the vape here for a second. It's 4:20 because of how utterly bullshit Roland's comment is.
Huh? What? What?
Did you did you pick up a dictionary before spelling that out? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick to people that come in here, but it's clearly somebody that's trying to start shit. And yeah.
You know, I would have thought that I brought him back down to earth with how my expectations for the movie.
By the way, I did not do that with Jensen still in the room. He is long gone. I have a window open. So, good dad, not bad dad. And Tommy, wow. You hate kids, dude? What? Well, I mean, with your with some of the stuff you go through, I could see why you would hate some kids. But yeah, no. Tommy, I mean, there's a big difference between dealing with The Last Jedi or Star Wars in general to Halloween. Like, you can be the most diehard Halloween fan, and if you think the franchise has nearly the following that Star Wars does or Avengers does, it doesn't. So while I do think spoilers can hurt expectations for bigger movies when dealing with Halloween, I still think you run the possibility. For example, and again, we've talked openly about the flashback sequence here. It's hard to time how long the flashback sequence, is it not? You think that's fair to say, Tommy?
Yeah, you know, I'm going by 20 to 30 minutes.
It's 4:20. It's the only time I do it. On here anyway. Not the only time I do it, period. So I don't think it's 20 to 30 minutes. I think it's probably 10 to 12 minutes long. But you have to admit, for everybody who read the script, if that flashback sequence comes out and it's 3 minutes long, they're going to be really fucking pissed.
There's no way.
Right, but they'd be pissed, would they not, after reading that?
I need to go back and read the read it to double check how long it was. I thought it was like a third of the script. But
Frank Riker said, I heard Tony Moran's playing Loomis in a flashback. Wow.
By the way, anytime that I do this, it's because I'm reading the comments. So
we just figured you're getting old, man.
Great to know you're not the only one hitting the 420 there, Sean.
No, that flashback
a comment like
is
that, Frank's gotta be doing it too.
A mainstay folks are all looking forward to, and if it's just completely, if it's cut, I think that there is just going to usher in the disappointment over the film itself.
Right, but if you're someone who hasn't read the script and has stayed spoiler-free, other than reading marketing and, watching teasers and seeing interviews, and a flashback's 3 or 4 minutes instead of, 12 or 13 minutes, you're probably happy with that 3 or 4 minutes. Like, oh, hey, I got 3 or 4 minutes of 1978 Halloween.
Maybe.
But if you read the script and you're expecting, that 12, 13, 14, 15-minute movies or a minute flashback, and it ends up being 3 or 4 minutes, you're going to be pissed. And believe me when I say, again, because I haven't seen the movie, I'm not going to claim to. Scripts get chopped up, kind of like what Johnny was saying. Scripts get changed. And I know for a fact some stuff in the flashback was changed. But that doesn't mean it was chopped to hell and there isn't hardly any of the flashback. It was just the best example that I could find. Like, hey, if you read people reading the script against people who haven't read the script, there's a massive difference in expectations when it comes to those sort of things. Any final thoughts on that, Tommy? Are you happy that you read the script? Like, are you still pleased that that's the decision you made? Or if you could go back, would you not read it?
No, I'm happy I read the script. I don't want to say it's it's definitely not the first script I've ever read, but overall it was a very enjoyable experience. I read it when I was going through a bunch of the films, after the fact, and it was nice to piece together the story, some of the events that are going to, happen on screen, and I think it really helped me build up a greater appreciation for this ongoing trilogy.
I want to read this before going to Kieran and Johnny. It's from our boy Dean, my gift buddy. He says, I've heard the flashback is somewhere between 12 and 20 minutes long from one of the test screening viewers. So I'm going to say this, and I have no reason not to trust Dean. He supports the channel. We appreciate everything Dean does for the channel. Look, if someone's like, hey, the flashback's either 10 minutes long or maybe 20 or possibly even 30, even though Dean didn't say that, you should be able to differentiate. If you've seen it, you should know the difference between 10 minutes and 20 minutes. You should. It makes me feel like that guy is either terrible memory, which happens, or doesn't know what he's talking about. But no, 12, 13 minutes sounds about right. And I hope it sticks to that too, because it's a huge set piece. It cost them a lot of money to do this sequence. It's their sort of love letter to the original Halloween movie. That's the way I like to word it. Sticking with the script to screen process, though, I feel like I know what Johnny's answer is going to be. Kieran, knowing that you don't necessarily like what the official concept of the movie is, are you more tempted to read the script now?
Yes, I am. In fact, I was thinking about reading it as soon as we're done, but then I just thought in my head, like, oh man, I'm probably going to be way too tired. Maybe I'll read it tomorrow.
You can go through it
I'm starting to think
quickly.
like maybe it'll be an interesting experience for me to read a script before a movie comes out, because I've never done that before. So, normally I'm the type of person where I like to go into a movie just try to phase out and watch the movie. I try not to critique movies when I'm watching them, because then I feel like you have less fun. Yeah. And but I think it might be an interesting experience to do. So I think I'll probably end up doing it before the movie comes out.
Our boy,
although that kind of it changes the dynamic of this show, because I'm the person who doesn't know what's going to happen. I can give that kind of opinion still, but I don't know. I'll probably read it.
Our boy Chad says, I read the script. I was surprised at how much happens in the flashback. Yeah, they're definitely not flashing back just for the sake of flashing back. It's not like, let's take a trip to 1978 just to please some fans and say, hey, here's some blue lighting for you. It's not like that at all. We've said on this channel tons of times that movie does not work without the flashback. Johnny, any more tempted to read the script? No. You're muted, so I'll just answer it for him. No, he's not more tempted, so we'll save him from getting into a long 10-minute shtick about how he doesn't want to read the script, and he can just say no. Sound good? Thumbs up. All right. He's lost his tongue. That might not be a bad thing, though.
Still I do think, in all fairness, the flashback is a good chunk of the script. It's been several months since I read it.
The 92-page version is... Hey, I'll verify right now. So I'm not... Again, this is the 92-page version. The more updated version I have digitally. But in this version of the script, the flashback begins on page...
Don't tell us the pages.
Why?
What if we don't want to know if it happens early or right away or later?
That's already a well-established
Yeah, it's already
fact.
a well-established fact that it happens early in the movie. They've even let that slip. So,
Even I know it's early, and I know nothing about anything.
yeah. So basically, the flashback in the 92-page version, which, by the way, is not the most updated version, starts on page 3 and ends on page 20. So,
Yeah, it's a good chunk of the script.
yeah. So, Roland's like, spoilers, what the hell? Hey, Roland, fuck off. Yeah. Anyways, you don't like the channel? There's the door. Get out. You're probably in with the other shticks anyways. Let's wait for the 10,000 spam copy and paste messages, you keyboard warrior, you. Anyway, let's talk about sex. No, I'm kidding. Let's talk about... I mean, there's sex in horror movies, right?
Always. That's how you know who's going to die.
Oh, man. Busta
Never
Rhymes.
fall in love with a horror character who has sex.
The only thing Halloween Resurrection was missing was a Busta Rhymes sex scene. I'm just saying. He could have said at the end of it, trick or treat, motherfucker. Just saying. I mean, he says it to Michael, so why not? Kieran's lost at that, but it's okay to be thumbs up over looking at a toy's titties. Really? Like, come on.
Gotta have your priorities, bro.
Priorities. Sorry, Jade says she's going to bed. Loves you all. Actually, she said she loves me. Not so much the rest of you guys. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up our show.
Well, I guess I'll just go fuck myself.
Where the fuck are the show notes? Why aren't they pulling up here?
They're gone.
They're gone.
No more show
I
notes.
have no idea, but as you find them, I just gotta say, I know before the show you made a comment about Tommy looking like Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, he's looking a lot like Yoko Ono era John Lennon.
Oh,
With
God.
those glasses.
Oh, God. We knew another guy that looked like Tom Lennon. Or John Lennon. I don't want a Tom Lennon. Wow. I think it's clicking in. This just in. Drugs are bad, Mkai. Anyway, I do want to talk about the ending of Halloween Kills without spoiling anything for anyone. I think when I read the script, I was so blown away by it, so taken by it. And I only took one break to go get a drink so I could sit back down, played some Halloween music, and started reading the script again. It got to the ending, guys, and by ending, I mean essentially the last, 30 seconds to a minute of the film. I'm not talking about the end sequence or the final act. I'm talking about the last thing we see, and I think the last images we see are important. It's one of the reasons why I like The Force Awakens. The last thing we see is that awesome build-up, and you get the helicopter shot, which wasn't very Star Wars-y, of Rey and Luke promising another adventure, and that's it. Who knows? Endless possibilities. Instead, they throw the fucking lightsaber over her shoulder and make it mean nothing. Anyway, I got to the ending of the script, guys, and I'm going to warn Kieran this now before he reads it. I really do think you'll like the script. Well, actually, hang on. You usually like things the opposite of me, so maybe you'll hate the script and love the ending.
It's probably dog shit.
But I got to the ending, and I was just like, you wrote this fucking incredible script that's so good, that I'm so in love with, and that's the last thing you're going to show us in the middle chapter of a 3-act play? Like, come the fuck on. I was not happy at all. I thought it was like, okay, so obviously they came up with some brain cramps, and I know for a fact, at least for the test screening, this was the ending. It's like, oh, we can't figure out the exact way to end this, so let's end it like this. Halloween 18 ending. I loved the music build-up. I loved the fire. 1 second, Michael's there. The next second, Michael's not. The girl's on the back of the trailer, back of the truck. Is Lori dead or is she alive? Nobody really knows. And boom, that's the end of the chapter. And this, though, it was just like, you go on this batshit, steroid-driven Halloween movie with so many fucking kills and love letters to the original, and that's the best you could come up with? I was not happy. Not happy with it at all, because I thought it put a damper on what otherwise is an amazing script. Tommy, your thoughts on the very end of the movie for the script?
So I just read it shortly ago when I said I was going to, just as a be fresh. And it's slightly a bit but I am honestly quite hopeful. I think it's going to be executed in such a way that it's going to be a good. I can say, it's going to be a good lead into the next film. We've heard mixed things about that, but I really, really hope this is a good way to tie the film up, and I really hope folks get what they really want to get out of it. I don't think the very end of the film is...
Like, I'm talking, like, basically the last two shots. It's just like...
Oh, okay.
Why?
Yeah. I can see where you're coming from with that. I thought you were That's all. I'm going to leave it at that. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, Sean. I kind of shared that sentiment just rereading it again. There are many other ways this could have ended, and the last two shots, I would have picked a couple other sites.
Final thoughts on Halloween Kills here. By the way, big shout out to everybody in the chat for participating earlier and sending in a bunch of, it wouldn't matter what your answers were, but everybody, when we asked the question, do you like the concept or not, we had a good portion of the chat reply. So thank you for giving us your take on that. Most of you had said yes, that you did like it. John's like, I can't believe they ended the script with Warwick Davis and the four-leaf clover. Oh my God. Could you imagine Kieran's live reaction to that? Hang on, I'm going to pick up my completely authentic and very real Halloween Kills poster signed by John Carpenter making a comeback again. So I imagine Kieran reading the script and he's reading it and then he reads that end part and just is nuts over it. Michael versus Leprechaun in part 3. Nothing. No.
I'd lose my shit for sure. I'd freak out. It'd be awesome.
All right, boys. Let's move on. That's gonna do it for Halloween talk on this show. We'll go for another 20 or so. There wasn't a whole lot, and we've been reading.
I'll say this: forget a swear jar. This channel needs a poster jar. Every time somebody asks for the poster, we put 25 cents in the jar, and then
dude,
somebody gets the pot when they actually release.
Yeah,
the poster.
I mean, oh wow.
Nah, you need to do a super chat.
Well, that's the only way we're getting back to Halloween talk on this one is with super chats because we're moving on. Simple question here, guys. I've heard a lot of people debating yes or no, and you can add a little emphasis as to or a little explanation as to why. But a simple question that I've seen going around online over the last week, and I get it, it's frustrated fans asking this. As it currently stands today, is Friday the 13th the franchise dead or alive? Johnny.
Alive. The family wouldn't have fought for the rights if they weren't going to do something with it.
I don't know so much as it's a family as two ignorant fucks who don't have the franchise's best interest in mind, and the best thing that could happen.
No, they got their pocketbook is the best thing.
Oh, for sure.
Doing something with the franchise is the best way to do that.
I think the best thing that could happen to that franchise is have a third party come over and buy both sides out. So it's very much alive, even though currently and probably for the foreseeable future there can be nothing new come out. Is your answer?
Yeah.
Kieran, dead or alive? Friday the 13th.
It's dead, but it's dead in the way like a comic book character is dead, where it's dead, and then it's going to come back in a couple of years and pretend it was never dead, or or reboot or whatever. It's dead in the way that a comic book character is dead. So not dead.
So alive.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Hang on. This is needed after that.
I know people need to be in a higher state of mind to understand my genius.
Or your craziness.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
That's what some people call it.
Deed says it's basically sitting in a corner on a timeout until greedy fucks hash it out. Yeah, valid, very valid, accurate depiction of that. Tommy B, dead or alive, Friday the 13th. Sorry, what was that, Johnny?
No, I was yeah, I got my franchises confused in my brain there for a second.
Tommy, dead or alive?
Dead with the possibility of resuscitation.
Welcome to Fandom Anatomy, where we'll run for 19 seasons and fire people if they don't bring
I'll admit that whole thing I said there. Yeah, I thought we were talking Nightmare on Elm Street for some reason. Don't ask me why. So everything I said is completely wrong.
You could be dead for like up to 6 minutes and still be revived, I think, right?
But the answer is still alive because the lawsuit's still ongoing. So it's still alive.
Freddie says Victor Miller deserves his dues. It's Sean that keeps appealing, dude. Well, it's a bit of them both, to be honest. It's mainly Sean. It's in his camp. And Sean's now also fighting, what did I read? Jason X on stuff. So, you know.
Just let that film just go into obscurity, please.
And, but make no mistake, Miller either wants ownership back or a part of it, or money that he feels is owed to him. You know, it's not one or the other. They're not mutually exclusive. So I'm gonna say it's alive, and it's in serious need of someone who knows.
It's in a coma.
Yeah, that's good. It's in a coma. Look, Friday the 13th game, wildly successful low budget video game that fans rallied behind and bought on all sorts of different consoles. And we were talking about the other day how that game, well, you know, it's not Grand Theft Auto and it doesn't have the best graphics or necessarily the greatest gameplay. It was an easy premise. When it first came out, it was just multiplayer. But when you looked at the maps, even though they sort of look like a graphic novel, not in the Telltale way, but, you know, cartoony, you know, graphic novel way, when you look at the maps, though, and the attention to detail in those games, they're spectacular. If you haven't seen the Friday the 13th movies in a long time, go play the games, play each map once or twice, and then go watch the movies and be like, damn, that's attention to detail. That's the love that Gun Media handled with it. And they Gun Media got screwed. They had so much more content ready to come out, and they can't do it because of this lawsuit. But make no mistake, they don't mind, you know, doing that fucking box set that ended up being a bit of a disaster until they started to fix it. It's frustrating because obviously the franchise can make money and succeed still, but it's not going to until something happens with it. And right now, it just continues to get worse and not better. Again, I think you're going to need someone else come in and buy both parties out, basically. All right, let's shift gears here to the land of the. Actually, we'll go to Falcon and Winter Soldier. Tommy, have you watched any of that?
Not since the first episode.
Johnny, where are you with it?
Watched the most recent episode today.
Nice. Kieran, are you caught up on it?
2.5 episodes.
2.5 episodes. So why don't we start with your take then? We'll keep spoiler free, guys. Spoiler free on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Your general take after 2.5 episodes.
I'm really excited about it. I just started it today and I watched those 2.5 episodes and then I ran out of time. So like I watched, 2 hours of the show and I only just kind of ran out of time and needed to start getting on some other things. Otherwise, I probably would have made it through 3.5 episodes.
Nice.
The first episode I liked, but didn't love. But once you get the chemistry between the two main characters, which really happens in the second episode, was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. I thought they had a little bit more humor in that part, And where they go at the start of the third episode is very intriguing. So yeah, and honestly, my thought when I was watching the show was like, we are at the point, and like I only kind of felt this way about HBO shows, but now we're really at the point where the difference between TV and movies is just the length and episodes, and like that's really the only difference between what's possible for TV and what's possible for movies. And like there was definitely up to 10 years ago, maybe all the way up until like 5 years ago, there was a big separation between what you could do on a silver screen and what you can do TV and movies. Is like there was a difference, but now there really isn't. Like the things that you can do in a like it really felt like a movie. It felt like a Marvel movie that's just going to be extended and cut up into parts that you can see. And I think it's very high quality, looks excellent, and I'm super excited to watch the rest of the show.
Tommy, you only seen the first episode. What do you think?
I enjoyed it. I mean, I'm the movies I have seen of the MCU, I haven't seen for the most part in a few years. So I'm so far behind the MCU. I need to get more oriented with that before I really do a deep dive into this series. But I can follow it just based off of, the major events I do know and understand.
Johnny, just because we're under some time constraints, try to keep it a bit short, but your thoughts on the first 5 episodes of the series?
I'm loving the interconnectivity to the larger universe. I mentioned back in the beginning, that they dropped, I think it was the first episode where I found Madripoor's name dropped in the credits, but actually going there was a big thing, and there's other little things that I think are much bigger than we think they are. I have an idea of the current status of Latveria that is mentioned. I got a pretty good idea of where that's going, and if I'm right, I'm super excited for that. But just generally, it's the bigger steps. This is a table setter, and it's setting the table for it's setting the table for the integration of the Fox licenses in a much bigger way than anything else has done.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Borderline love it. I think it's great. And I'm going to transition into our Star Wars talk here because it has to do with this. It's been I'm not at all disappointed in the show. Like, it's been really, really, really good. And I agree with your take on the the connectivity to the bigger universe, Johnny. But for me, first and foremost in this is chemistry.
Oh, absolutely.
And Sam and Bucky have had it since that airport scene with Spider-Man. The showrunners have admitted that, hey, that's sort of what inspired this.
I think episode 5 is the best example of that.
For sure.
So far.
Yeah. 4 and 5 are both really, really good for that.
I think 5, when you see them both together in Louisiana.
Shh, no spoilers.
It's a location.
I mean, there's a part where they're fairly connected in episode 2 as well.
Yeah, very much, very much.
Almost too much.
Yeah. Look, I mean, and by the way, and it's not just because everybody wants him to play Luke Skywalker. I am becoming a huge fan of Sebastian Stan. Like, my God, he has been so good. And Anthony Mackie's been great, too, as Sam.
I've apparently been a fan of Sebastian Stan longer than I thought I was.
Gossip Girl?
No, actually. I've been rewatching Once Upon a Time.
Yeah,
and he played the Mad Hatter. And
yep.
I didn't realize that, and I loved that character first time around.
Oh, Anthony Mackie is a fantastic actor in almost everything I've ever seen him into, though.
He's almost right up there with Hayden Christensen. The look on his face.
He's actually like my lowest. He's like, when you say like, rate it from this to this, the low end on my spectrum is Hayden Christensen. There's not very much lower you can get.
And your spectrum is totally out of whack, dude.
I don't know. What's worse than Hayden Christensen's acting?
We don't have a show. We could do a stream like one day where there's just nothing to talk about. Let's come on here.
I'm not hearing any names.
Let's come on.
Well, it depends on your metric. Carrot Top,
That's not really an actor.
Gilbert Gottfried.
What? What do you mean he's not an actor?
Carrot Top is a comedian who has one movie or two movies.
Been in a lot of movies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's
and TV shows and.
Anywho, look, at the end of the day, I loved Sebastian Stan and Anthony Mackie. They're both great. The show's been great. This is what pisses me off. And I wish Thaden was on here, Kieran, because I'm sure him and I would take different sides on this. Because our buddy Steven Schinder and I had different sides on this. And this is where we're going to transition into Star Wars here to finish off the show. Look. All these episodes have been between 50 and 60 minutes long. All of them. Not quantity for the sake of quantity, but for the sake of building a story, a complex story, and, given good storytelling that you could not do this show with 30-minute episodes. You couldn't. I don't care what anybody says. It would be chopped up. There'd be no pace to it whatsoever, no consistent pace to it, and it would be a disaster. And I'm not saying
unless you doubled the number of episodes.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Because then you tell it slower.
Exactly.
But like how do I put it? Cherry Moon Zombie. Good call. Good call, Freddie. And I'm not saying The Mandalorian's a disaster because it's short episodes. Not saying that at all.
I think literally the MCU films on Disney Plus puts the argument to bed that Disney doesn't want to spend the money to make these long episodes because the CGI budgets are going to be too big. Well, the CG budgets in these MCU films are not low.
I've never found it to be a money issue, if I'm being honest.
No, but I'm saying for some people, that's been an argument that I've heard.
You can see where they've cut corners, though. Even on this series, you can see where they've cut corners that they would normally go in a movie.
You see that in Mandalorian as well.
For sure. But I think at the end of the day, it's just laziness. And I don't know if it's because they've put or ignorance. Think about it. I want you guys to think, Tommy, you don't have kids. Johnny, you don't have kids. But Kieran, think about it for your kids. Okay, the 2.5 episodes you watched. Do you think that's really content they're going to be like all over? I can speak for my kid anyways, who's almost 13 years old. He would enjoy it, but when they're talking about all the political stuff and this faction and that faction and what's going behind the scenes in this, it's like he doesn't care about that. He wants to watch it for Winter Soldier and Falcon and other particular characters that pop up during the series. He wants to watch it because of those characters and them fighting and doing their superhero thing. And yet Disney, Kevin Feige specifically, at least has enough credibility to be like, we can do a comic book movie, or in this case, series. It feels like movies. We can do a comic book show and have it be about adult content and still be okay for kids and adults too. And while I like The Mandalorian, you can tell where they go kiddie with it at times. And it's like there's a refusal on Disney's part. And I know George Lucas says all the time, Star Wars is for kids. All these properties are for kids. Maybe not Halloween, though, or Friday. But why can we not get that with Star Wars? Why can't my Star Wars be 50 to 60 minutes long an episode and properly build a story? Because as much as you love The Mandalorian, if someone's going to sit there and tell me that story's not rushed in both seasons, I'm going to virtually bitch slap you. I'll be a keyboard warrior. Anyway.
I think the best way to say it is The Mandalorian is all sizzle, no steak, and the MCU series have been sizzle and steak.
I wouldn't say no steak with Mando. I think they've delivered steak. Like, do you guys remember the the Timothy Oliphant episode specifically in
How
season
about
1.
all sizzle, low steak?
It was like 52, 53 minutes long, and at least that episode they told you the whole story. It wasn't, oh, let's give a quick little 60-second explanation of what's happened for the last who knows how long since we jumped from here to there. And I think it's close.
It's probably the best example because they packed an hour's worth of content and story into a much smaller package.
If you're a kid and you love Star Wars for what it is, awesome. Great. I'm glad you're getting what you got, because when we were kids, we got what we wanted too. I think that's fair to say when we were kids.
Movies, sure, kind of, maybe a little. Because we had the prequels. I don't know, dude. That doesn't seem like a
let's
fair
be
trade to
honest.
me.
We grew up with the original trilogy too because of the special edition re-released. It was huge.
Okay, but it's not the same.
And
Yeah, but when I got the prequels, I wasn't like exactly like jumping out of my seat either.
no, but
the response is the same though. Like, I mean, the sequel trilogy, like, the prequel trilogy was for us at that age, and it wasn't as good. But
I
It's a
got
different
about the
argument that we're going
same
way
out of
left.
the prequels and the sequels.
point being, though, as kids, we basically got what we want. And I'm sure kids love the way The Last Jedi or The Rise of Skywalker or The Force Awakens or Rogue One or any of the stuff has gone. I'm sure some people and some children love it. But what I get is, why can't Star Wars be for kids and adults? The fandom accepts it for the most part, but Disney doesn't want to. They want to keep treating Star Wars with these big fucking oven mitts and, oh, don't go over there. You could get hurt. You got to sit over here in the preteen area. And it just drives me nuts because it's like, you look at Falcon and the Winter Soldier, it's like, why can't that be my fucking Star Wars? I'll say it. Falcon and the Winter Soldier is better than The Mandalorian in every possible way. And that pisses me off. As a Star Wars fan, it pisses me off. Sorry. One moment. Super Chat's in. Actually, we'll address the Super Chats in a second. Guys, your take on my ramble there. I apologize for going on so long. Is there similar feelings at all when you watch something like this?
I mean, for me, there certainly is. Especially based on the promises and things that were said, by Favreau back in the start, that these are going to be hour episodes, and they're going to be long, and here we have the longest episode of 2 seasons coming in at 50 minutes.
Yeah. You got maybe,
and I think the shortest episodes in
like 23,
either WandaVision
24.
or, well, I'm saying just in WandaVision and Falcon and Winter Soldier, I think has been like 47, 48 minutes.
No. WandaVision had a couple of short episodes. Towards the beginning, it had a couple of short episodes. Point being, though, like everything in Falcon and the Winter Soldier is almost an hour.
Yeah.
And again, it's not just a quantity thing in terms of time. It's the fact that in the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series, they're also dealing with mature subject matter. Maybe not, devastatingly so, but there's room for that in Star Wars.
I mean, I think the best example is that, I don't want to get spoilery, but I think that Falcon and Winter Soldier has dealt with social inequality in a much greater way than I can't think of anything that's not intended to be that. Obviously
not to
there's
mention
other films that go that way, but
have done it without it being, woke per se.
It hasn't been in your face and pushing an agenda. It's been real.
Very much so.
This 5th episode hits it on the head in a lot of ways. There's a couple of conversations that I can point to. I'm not going to say with whom or with it, but I'm sure the 2 specific ones I'm referring to.
Yep, 110%.
When I say there's 2 conversations in this episode that just as a fan, as a viewer, as a comic book fan, made me sit back and go, whoa, this is real. Like, the comic book fan in me says this is real to the source material, and the real human being sits there and says, I'm sad to say that that's life. Like, that's the reality we live in.
If someone would have said to me, I don't know, 6 months ago, that I'd have my fingers crossed for season 2. I've been like, whatever, let's see how it is or whatever. Hell yes, give me season 2 of these two guys together.
I kind of think there has to be, to a degree. If not a season 2, then a full movie.
And by the way, can we get some love? I know I'm going to ask for Kieran's take on all that, so hopefully he remembers most of it. But how about some love for Wyatt Russell, a.k.a. Kurt Russell's son? You can hate the character.
I hate him so much, but I love it.
You can hate the character, but holy fuck, the job that this guy is doing acting. Fucking
his performance
top.
Has been amazing.
You know who it reminds me of? Michael fucking Rosenbaum, if not better. One of the reasons I love Smallville is how good Michael Rosenbaum was as Lex, to go from good guy, still sort of good guy.
To me, the comparable for me was Joffrey. You know, like the character is sort of introduced in a way that you may not hate them. I mean, I guess maybe Daenerys is probably a better example of that. You like them at first, and then they actually progress. I mean, obviously it's an 8-season progression versus a 5-episode progression, but you go from one extreme to the other by the end of it, and I love it.
Kieran, tell us why we're wrong on the Star Wars front and us wanting that.
Yeah, you're wrong. Of course you're wrong. Could be right. To me, I'm okay with it, and I don't have the same problems with it as you do, and I understand that. I don't discount your opinion at all, because Star Wars means something different to you than to me. I do think that when you think about the Marvel side, Marvel and comic books and the whole comic book industry has changed its focus in the last 10, 15 years. They definitely went from being a kid product to being, teenage. They've gone to trying to hit the 15 to, to adults, I guess, because they don't really have a restriction on them. But comics were made for kids a long time ago, and they've changed in the last 15 years. There's adult topics. Most of it, even the wording and lots of, if you read a comic, there's lots of big words that, young kids are not going to read, and they have their own series that are supposed to be for kids to read, but they're normally nowhere near the continuity.
I think the best way to say it is that they aged the comics with their readers, but didn't leave behind the younger people by adding new titles and new series to grow the next generation up. It's cyclical.
I mean, I think they've done a poor job of that, but I know they're trying to keep kids in it. But I think they've done a poor job of trying to keep kids into comic books. Anyways, I think comic books have kind of gone to a more mature audience. And that's why I think going with a lot of the source material, we're getting stuff that's more, good, that adults will like. And I think that's what you would like from Star Wars. However, when you go to Star Wars, and they're definitely not following the source material with Star Wars.
According to Kathleen Kennedy, there is no source material. There's never been anything for millions of years. They're definitely not going that way, and I'm okay with that, because the most successful thing they've had lately have been the cartoons, and people, adults are swearing on Clone Wars all the time. I don't mean swearing, but I mean adults love Clone Wars. Oh no, more Clone Wars hate. Here we go.
Sorry?
Said, oh no, more Clone Wars hate. Here we go.
No, I just think Rebels is better than Clone Wars. I don't hate Clone Wars. But I think that the adult Star Wars fans are showing that they're cool with kid content, and so they're able to keep that content a little bit more childish. And to me, Star Wars is supposed to be a fantasy adventure that, I don't think the in-depth adult type stories need to be in Star Wars for me. So I'm cool with the way that they do things. I understand that some people would like there to be a little bit more adult type content like there was in the Legends books, which I really loved. But that's not which way they're going with it, and I'm okay with it.
For the record, I love Mandalorian.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the episode length at all either. Not even in the least bit.
God. Why?
Because I enjoy the show, so why would I want to change it?
So no part of you thinks that it would be nice to have, one, them stick to their word when marketing something for once, which is a problem with them. Even the most positive person would have to admit that when there's evidence of it. But more specifically, you're telling me you wouldn't want Mandalorian, that show we got, to be 45, 50 minutes long an episode like they promised. Actually, they promised longer than that, but I'm being nice.
No, because I enjoyed the show, so I liked it. So why would I want more? Like I
liked it. Why would I want more? What?
I'm saying, well, I don't eat like 20 pounds of ice cream. I eat like 1 or 2 scoops. I'm like, man, that was good.
Why
I don't
not?
need to order another one.
Why not?
I enjoyed it.
I get to 4 scoops, and it's just like, oh God, I think I'm gonna be sick, probably from the amount of dairy. But yeah, you know,
It depends on the flavor.
Dean Laser Disc is where it's at.
Max bitches.
You know, I don't know. It frustrates me. Tommy, any thoughts on the whole episode length thing, the maturity? Why can't we have some adult-based content for Star Wars?
So I don't think Star Wars will ever be, super triple X hardcore or anything crazy like that, Game of Thrones style. But I do think it would be it'd be nice if we got something that was obviously targeted for an adult audience. They could have did that with Mandalorian, but they chose to go another direction, unfortunately. What the hell is that?
That would be
What?
Mr. Last Jedi down there in the bottom left-hand corner.
Why are you watching what I'm doing? I'm not talking.
No, you were just going like
what
this.
You're doing. I'm hearing it. Anyway, yeah, I don't really jive with the whole, well, I liked it, so it's enough. Nothing's perfect. Absolutely nothing is perfect. There are things that can be improved on, and I definitely think that the episode length for The Mandalorian could not only be more consistent with whichever you chose, but could preferably have been longer.
Shout out to our boy Toronto Freddy. He takes a playful shot at Kieran with this one. I love sex. Fuck having any more.
To quote the great Norm Macdonald, like sometimes you're
awesome.
You enjoy that for about 10, 15 minutes, and then for some reason you get less interested.
Okay. Wow. Alrighty then. So there's it seems as if it's been confirmed that it sounds like Din Djarin will be appearing in the Book of Boba Fett. No, that does not make the Book of Boba Fett season 3. It's not. It's its own show. If Jon Favreau has to tell that again to someone, I feel like the dude might have a heart attack. However, it sounds like that the Book of Boba Fett, the events of it, are going to lead directly into Mandalorian Season 3. So it sounds like there's been a bit of a time jump, and the Book of Boba leads into Mando Season 3, which is going to lead into those crossover events. Not the big one that's been rumored for a while, but it sounds like the Book of Boba Fett and Mando are crossing over together. Makes me wonder if we'll get a shorter season of Mando. What do you guys think?
How much more shorter does it need to be?
I know.
How much?
I know. We just keep getting
It's
fucked.
8 episodes. Some of them are a half hour.
Oh, man. Kieran, you okay with Book of Boba and Mando basically being the same thing, crossing over with one another? Or should it have been its own thing? It still could be, but just going off a report here. But the report does come from Kessel Run Transmissions, so.
I'm okay with them crossing over because they already have, they've already crossed over. Like Boba Fett's already, it's just would be a continuation more than anything. But we don't really know. Like I think going into season 2, we knew what was going to happen with Mandalorian. We knew what his mission was, but now we don't really know what he's going to be doing. So I'm okay with it being crossed over, and I'm okay with being its own thing. And like, make no mistake about it, I'm excited about the Book of Boba Fett series as much as I, have like talked about how much I think the character should be dead. He obviously is alive, so I'm cool with it, and I'm excited to see it. I'm gonna be excited to tune in every week, and I think it's an interesting direction they went with the. With the teaser to the Book of Boba Fett. So
nicely done. Tommy, I think. Oh, is Kieran frozen, or is he just keeping that face? He's not frozen. Okay. Tommy, your thoughts on the crossover?
I'd be totally up for it. I wish they would present it as something independent on Disney Plus, like outside of the two. But I guess it's okay. Have it start with the last episode of the Book of Boba Fett and have it continue in the first episode of Mandalorian season 3, whatever it is, different points of view and such. But we'll see what we end up getting. It's definitely something to look forward to if it turns out to be the case.
Johnny, crossover thoughts?
You mean to tell me that two characters existing in the same universe at the same time, roughly frequenting the same planets, can't possibly intersect their stories? Of course they can, and they most likely will. So no, I don't have an issue with it. If the Book of Boba Fett was going to be sort of a subtitle of Mandalorian Season 3, don't you think they would have said that right from the jump? Like, that's my biggest, point of fact, people, is like, if it was going to be the Mandalorian Season 3, they would have just had the tagline, The Mandalorian Book of Boba Fett. It's not a difficult thing to do to add a little, oh god, my elementary school grammar is failing me.
Yeah, no, I was muted there. I fucking muted because I fucking took it too deep.
You took it too deep?
Like I inhaled too deep. Too deep.
No.
It doesn't help anyhow.
You got muted because you took it too deep.
Yeah, like I inhaled deeply. Oh, fuck.
All right.
Well, that's going to be memeable for the trolls. Anyway, fuck. I deserve to have that one. It was a bad choice of words. Come on. Everybody in the camera seen what I was doing, or on the chat.
Yeah.
Anyway.
As Heath Ledger's Joker said, very poor choice of words.
Yes, very much so. Oh, my God.
As I was trying to say, if it was going to be Season 3, it would be The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
Speaking of colon.
So it won't be.
Hey, it just comes out like it debuts, and we're expecting the Book of Boba Fett in the title cards. The Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett. Sorry, Book of Boba Fett.
Then
like, that's my idea. Oh, man. Big shout out to DMT. His grandma just went through some surgery. This one's for your grams, man. Hopefully all's well. And it's good that you're there for her. Josh says LMAO, it happens. All right.
DMT is right. How did none of us say that's what she said?
No idea. I know if Jade was around and not sleeping, she would have said it. Final Star Wars question of the night. We won't have a chance to pass it on to or get on. I seen the puff pass by Bill Bowers. And yeah, I'm hitting about that point. You can probably see it in my eyes, but I won't make a habit of this. It's 4:20, so and completely legal here. So, anyway, if you want to check out the Knights of the Old Republic stuff, we have a pre-produced video. It's already up on the channel. Head on over there and check it out. Final question, guys. Now, there's a rumor out there. I don't know the source at all. So if this ends up being a spoiler, I apologize. And when I say I don't know the source, it's not that I didn't find out who the source was. It's I wouldn't trust this at all. I'm pure, fun question here. So, by the way, set report here. I don't even know why people are doing this. Reports from the set of Kenobi say the Lars homestead has been spotted. Meanwhile, 1 week earlier, we found out Owen and Beru are in the movie. Water wet. Good reporting. Anyway, there's a fun little rumor out there that stated, what if the world between worlds is explored in Kenobi, and by the time we get to the end of Kenobi, that is how Ewan McGregor becomes Alec Guinness, because no one can figure out how he looks like he aged 40 to 50 years in an 18 to 19 year time span, because it does look about that old. Obviously, there's logistics involved, but everybody still wants to know, how did you go from that to that? And now they're bringing up the world between worlds could have existed, and he doesn't make it back until he's much older. Who knows? It's a rumor that's out there. I'll say how I think about it in a minute. I'd just like to point out, why can't the guy have spent 19 hellacious years under the sun, 2 sons, by the way, 2 sons, and like roasting his ass off? Not to mention, what happens to us lovely human beings when we're stressed? We age worse. Your skin gets worse. Your hair gets worse. And you're telling me that guy wasn't stressed during those 19 years? Fuck that. He could be assassinated tomorrow. So I put those, 2 things, and maybe, a bad injury for why he can't really move around, to why he aged so rapidly. But anyways, people seem insistent on needing that answered. So how do you guys feel about the idea of the world between worlds being the answer for Kenobi's aging? Tommy?
I don't like it. The world between worlds, while a nice concept that was introduced in Rebels, and as we've heard rumored, will likely be explored more in this upcoming wave of different series and such, I believe Ahsoka. I don't like the idea of Kenobi having anything to do with it. And if Kenobi is having something to do with it, maybe is like an allusion towards the end, or just casual side. I really veer towards the, hey, maybe there was a bad injury, trying to adapt to being a civilian, different work and such. The twin sons, the desert, stuff like that. Getting involved with the world between worlds just seems... There are certain things that we've discussed are out of character for Kenobi's exile. We're probably going to see him step out for his last major time prior to the events of A New Hope in Kenobi. I think involvement with the world between worlds is going too far.
Yeah, we'll get to... I don't disagree with that, man. I'm with you. It would have to be one hell of a story to tell if you're going to use that as an excuse. That should be worst case scenario for them to use. Tony Grubb sends a $5 super chat. What do you guys think of Michael Keaton coming back as Batman for the upcoming Flash movie? Love the show. That report was out there probably around Christmas. I know we covered it on one of our shows here. Johnny, your thoughts on Michael Keaton returning as his Batman?
Well, I mean, it's a Flashpoint movie, so it makes perfect sense. I'm not against it in any way. I'm for it, because Flashpoint it allows for that integration of the different universes. Because, like I said, I've said this on a previous episode. The Crisis of Infinite Earths in the CW series proved that it's just an alternate Earth in the same universe. How they make that jive with Infinite Earths, I don't know. But it's already proved that the universes are integrated, so why the hell not?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Kieran, any thoughts on that?
I'm super excited to see Michael Keaton as Batman again. Honestly, I just watched a video not too long ago on the, what would Batman Forever have been if it was still Tim Burton and Michael Keaton, and it's a question that a lot of Batman fans have been thinking about forever. Like, why you watch the first two Batman movies and you're like, why wasn't there more of this? And there's plenty of reasons, but however, we're going to see Michael Keaton as Batman again, which is awesome, and I'm very excited about it. And DC has done a fantastic job of telling you all the time when there's a different source, TV, movies, comics, short graphic novels. They've done a great job of telling you, oh, your thing exists. Your thing that you love, even if it's a mini-series comic, it exists. It's just a different universe. It's just a different multiverse, which is fantastic for them, because any of the fans of any of the materials, whether it be Gotham or anything, they can put a number to almost all of those properties, and everybody is included in the party. But very excited about Keaton.
Tommy, I know you're not a big Batman guy, I don't think, and I want to get the opportunity. I know you're probably going to want to take this to get Tommy out of here. He's got to work super early in the morning. Sound good, dude?
Yeah, sounds great to me.
Yeah, I could tell you were feeling it over there, feeling it more than me, and I mean, I'm puffing away. So,
friggin' Pothead Day, International Pothead Day, 420.
Oh man, it's perfect. I'm not saying
hashtag 420 710.
Huh?
You've never heard? Never mind. What? That's a discussion for
420 710. What the fuck is 710?
Okay. That's a discussion for anyway.
All right, we'll get you out of here, man. Appreciate it. I know it was a late one, but it was a fun one. We covered a lot. You were right on the length, so you don't need to tell me in the chat after the show. Yeah, I told you we had too much. You were right, Tommy. You were right. Thanks for doing this, man. It's appreciated, and we'll see you next time. Where can everybody find you at?
At TommyB1650, Instagram and Twitter, Fandom Empire Den, Future of Halloween, Future of Star Wars, and any of our chats and stuff. Yeah. All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of the show and have a wonderful rest of your week.
Nice. Take it easy, man. Who gets to move up into Tommy's spot? Oh, Kieran's window just expanded on its own. That was weird.
Yeah, just leave me there.
Just like that. Let's get Kieran somewhere up here. We'll fix it. Are you guys tight on time? You want me to get you guys out of here soon? I'm in no real rush, so.
Yeah, I don't care.
Johnny?
I'm good for a bit longer.
A bit long. Hear that? You're only worth a bit, people. A bit. You're just a bit.
The people are worth a lot more than that, however.
Johnny, did you give your thoughts on Michael Keaton?
I believe I was first.
Were you first? And Kieran gave his thoughts. All right, Tommy didn't go. I like it. I liked Michael Keaton. I didn't like his stuff as good as the Bale movies. But I like Michael Keaton. And I love that when it comes to the Batman movies. Like, what would Michael Keaton's third Batman movie would have been? What would a fourth Nolan movie look like, what if this was Batman?
After that third one, garbage.
You again. One of the few things Kieran and I agree on, The Dark Knight Rises is badass. Toronto Freddy sends in a $5 super chat, says, Sean, if I can watch a 14-season show in a month and a half that was inspired by you for me to do, you can take a half a day to watch WandaVision. Well, I can assure you that I never inspired or convinced anybody to watch 14 seasons of TV in 6 weeks. Because I've never done that in my life. Like, I'm on month 4 now of my Smallville rewatch, the day 1 of the 4th month or something like that. And I'm midway through season 8. So I've been progressing basically 2 episodes a day, both at night before bed.
So rookie numbers, you got to pump them up.
I'm going to give WandaVision definitely a big look into right now, and I'm off work at the moment because of the lockdown. But that does not mean we're not busy. We actually have some stuff going on, and some things I better not say or I'll get in trouble. That'll come out in public when they come out. So be on, well, for some of you anyways, on a personal level, you'll see. But yeah. So you guys don't need to address that. Marcus Hicks, Patreon supporter, sends in a $5 super chat. Are you guys excited for The Conjuring 3 in June? I'm excited because I love the first one. I think the first Conjuring movie's so fucking good. And then, because it was so good, you never go into the second movie expecting it to be as good as the first movie. But you expect at least the quality to hold up. And I was shocked how much worse the second movie was than the first movie. Absolutely baffled. And the second movie is still a decent horror movie for me personally, but the first one is where it's at. So I don't have the most confidence in that movie anymore, but I'll see it. Kieran, Conjuring 3?
No, I haven't seen the first or the second. No one's ever told me that it was a great movie or good or go watch that. So I normally don't like horror movies that are based on spirits or ghosts because I think it's overplayed.
Johnny?
Didn't like the first movie, never saw the second movie, probably won't see the third one either.
Didn't like the first one. You don't hear a lot of people saying that. I will say this. There's one real creepy part with the second one that still sort of gets to me. So big thank you to Marcus Hicks for that. This is what we're going to do, everybody, right now, is we are going to, I know we're going overtime here. We're going to open the floor to Q&A. Anything the chat wants to talk about, any questions, horror movies, comics, Star Wars, Halloween, Friday, Leprechaun, Green Bay Packers sucking, Rick and Morty, Dragon Ball, anything you guys want to talk about. The next 15 minutes is yours to do so, and if you want to and you would like to support the channel on a bigger level, you can always feel free, wow, it's really getting to me here, to send in a super chat. It goes a long way to supporting the channel and those on it.
I never got to put my opinion on The World Between Worlds.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think I did either, did I?
I don't know. I lost.
No, I don't think so.
So okay,
I think we went to sending Tommy after that.
All right.
No, we went to super chats after that.
Which is your fault. You pointed them out. You interrupted.
That is just one of those. That's just one of those things where it's like, people want an answer for why he looked like he was old after so many years. That's one of the dumbest things for people to want to know. I don't understand why people freak out about those things. He looks like he's way too old now. It's just fuck off with finding out the idea to that. Tying in that loose end is so dumb. But I don't know. I think it's totally stupid for people to think that. But if you spent 15 years in a desert, yeah, your skin would age. But even without that, who gives a fuck about that question? That's so dumb for anybody to have that answered. And Sean's seen Supernatural before, I think.
The baby you seen on cam earlier, his name is Jensen. Named after Jensen Ackles. Hence the tattoo. Yes, I've seen Supernatural.
You know what? Getting a name put through the mark like that, that defeats the whole purpose of the anti-possession mark. You know that, right?
It's worth it for it to be that name.
Put under the mark.
Oh, God, we're in Q&A, and he just asked a big one, but we need to... Sorry. Kieran had his say. Johnny, your say on it now.
I mean, I'm pretty much with Kieran on pretty much every part of that. There's never going to be a suitable answer to every fan why, Ewan McGregor now looks like Alec Guinness. Like, there's never going to be a suitable answer for that, and I think it's stupid because it's the same reason why, oh my God, David Prowse looks nothing like Hayden Christensen. Big Frug and Roo. Of course they don't, because those characters were cast in 1977, and they were recast in 1998. Like, deal with it. Like, if that's your biggest response, like, you can say, he looked so young, like, his hair was still, he still had the coloring in his hair, and, and those sort of parallels. Okay, I guess, but let's be real. The guy lives in a desert with 2 suns. What does sun do to hair? It bleaches it. So, like, okay, guy's not got no color in his hair after, 20 years living in a desert in pretty much a glorified hovel, basically. Like, I mean, like, come on, that's really your biggest concern? And using world.
That's like them being like, okay, how do you account for Han Solo being like an inch or 2 shorter or taller when a different actor plays him? Like, you don't account for that. You exactly. Fucking have an imagination. Like deal with it. Like, who gives a shit? Like,
this is movies, television, books. All these things are literally the definition of suspension of disbelief. Like, just relax and enjoy the material.
Like, how did the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air's mother get blacker in later seasons?
Exactly.
Like, because they changed the actress because it didn't work out. Like, that. They don't have to make a continuity for it. They don't have to tell you. They fucking tell you that person is that person, and you believe it now.
Some things don't require an explanation. Now, why does he, like, have a limp and have difficulty walking? Yes, that's a question that probably deserves an answer. And I think it's safe to say that we'll probably get that answer at some point in this series. He will get injured, and I think it's the first time I've ever been called the Swedish chef, Frank. But no, I mean, I think you'll get an answer to that. But, why he looks like Alec Guinness when he's been Ewan McGregor for the last, 21 years, 22 years? No, you're not going to get an answer to that. Like, and it's not... Who cares?
I think I know where Sean's going with this next part.
There are a million different things in the Star Wars universe that I'm perfectly content with you nitpicking. That's not one of them. Do something different.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because there are so many Star Wars fans and it's such a crazy fandom, like, you also get people who are going way too far to try to find out things. And it's fun to it's fun to say, like, well, what if this happens? And I have a fan theory about this. But, like, these people take these fan theories super seriously. And you're like, fucking 1% of people or less are interested in your fucking idea of why that happens. Like, not very many people give a shit as much as somewhat, like, 1 or 2 guys who are just like, well, why does he look older than he should be? And it's just like most people don't give a shit about that. Like, you're the person who's, like, obviously paying way too much attention and needs to just get a life.
Headcanon is only important to the person who creates it. Leave it at that.
Oh my God, it's the shape.
Figure we always have Michael in the chat. Let's add him officially to the show. Tommy, how burnt you look tonight.
Did we find anything interesting in the chat to talk about then?
Yeah.
Or you just want me to rip on Star Wars fans for the rest of the day?
Man. All right, we said it was Q&A. We're gonna get to some Q&A stuff here. I did have something for you guys, and been trying to find that Michael pick, so I wasn't sure where to put it. So let's go into the chat. What do we have in mind here for everybody? Our boy Alex asked if we knew Supernatural here earlier. Wow, I think I answered that. What did you guys think of the final season? So Kieran can't chime in on this one, but Johnny, thoughts on the final season of Supernatural?
I'd say, and this opinion kind of sucks because unfortunately there's not a damn thing they could have done about it, but it was great until the finale. And the finale kind of fell flat on its face because obviously there was no proper way to do it in the environment in which it was filmed. They said it pretty much, was it Robert Singer who said, what's the point of flying all these cast members out to quarantine for 2 weeks to film for 5 minutes?
Not to mention, you have to pay them more. You think those actors are not going to want to be paid for their time quarantining? Yeah, anyway. My thoughts on in the final season are, I thought it was okay. It's not one of the probably best 7 or 8 seasons or anything like that. Johnny's right about the last 2 episodes. I mean, don't get me wrong. Part of me loves the last 2 episodes, especially the last one. There's a lot to love about the episode. But it's what the episode could have been and what should have been as originally planned. But, are you going to fault them for a pandemic, a global pandemic?
Yes, it is their fault we have a global pandemic.
They couldn't, just be like, go start your new shows and change your look for that and do all this and that, and then come back in another year and we'll film the last 2 episodes properly, and you can just leave that job where it's at that time and make us a priority. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all. Their hands were tied. They did what they could. At the end of the day, was it the best ending ever? No, but I thought certain things that happened in the ending are really perfect for what that show was. I wish it would have been more. I love the season 14 finale where you get Motorhead playing and they're at the cemetery there. And I thought that was the perfect tone to set up for the final season, considering who they made the main villain. And it went away basically after the first 2 or 3 episodes. Went back to let's have 90% of the season in daylight, and let's be stuck in the bunker, and it could have been so much more, and part of it's to do with the pandemic, and part of it's to do with an unwillingness to make this a road show again. Thoughts, Johnny?
I mean, you're certainly not wrong. I mean, I don't know. They kind of got complacent with the bunker once they established it. And they tried to do different things with it and create new things. Like, we got that this year when we finally got around to finding out, the power of the bunker and all those kind of things. But the boys didn't need a home base. And unfortunately, you blew up the best home base they could have had back in season 2.
Yep.
When they blew up the roadhouse.
Yeah, even Bobby's, right? Bobby's could have been a home base, and they fucking got rid of that. I
think that's the thing. They replaced Bobby's with the bunker, and it didn't really work because Bobby's, you already established Bobby's got this thing warded against things they hadn't even heard of yet. So it's like, why can't we stay there as the home base? Because it makes sense, because it has, all of Bobby's wardings, all of those kinds of things. And let's be real, by the point he died, Bobby was their father in everything but blood.
Yeah, which is why he was, they basically were going to bring one special guest back for that finale. And it's not even a question who you bring back, in my opinion. I know somebody, what about John? It's like, no, I like John, but no.
John did more for those boys dead than he ever did alive.
Yes.
And I think, as the story progressed and we learned more about the story, it makes a lot more sense. Finding out about Mary and her, interactions with, obviously Yellow Eyes and, the hunting culture as a whole, being a descendant of the Men of Letters, explained a lot. But it didn't explain enough. John, everything Mary wanted, John pissed away in a search of revenge.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the detriment. Like, you know, he ruined their childhood. He ruined their lives, basically. Like, I mean, I can't think, you know, obviously I don't have kids and I can't speak for any parents that do, but I'm pretty sure that if your kid gets a scholarship to go to, where was Sam in college? Was it Stanford?
Yeah, Stanford.
So, you know, your kid gets to go to Stanford to get a law degree. You smile and congratulate them and be happy as fuck. You don't excommunicate them. Like, John failed as a parent, and he should not be... He's not the prime example of who those boys are going to see when they go into the next life. You know, it's like, you see, like the scenes. Like, one of the big ones I go back to is the scene with I can't for the life of me remember what season it was or what episode, but it sticks out to me because it's one of those good memories of childhood where Bobby and Dean are in a field, and Dean, like, he's thinking he's going to teach him how to hunt or how to shoot a gun, and Bobby gives him a baseball glove and says, "No, we're going to play catch."
I think that's when Bobby's dying.
It could very well be, but I mean, it's those things. Like, Bobby tried to give them a childhood. He tried to give them good memories that aren't associated with hunting. Bobby was a better dad for those boys than their own dad ever was.
Karen, I sent you a message. Check it.
What?
I sent you a message. He's typing the answer instead of saying it. Oh man. I don't know who's more stoned right now, me or him. Aaron Click says, each of your thoughts on the movie Warrior. It's one of his favorites. Kieran, thoughts on the movie Warrior, aka Mel Gibson?
Actually, I brought this up in the last. Wait, which movie are we talking about?
Warrior.
There's more than one movie.
I was gonna say, like, again, which one are we talking? Are we talking the Tom Hardy movie?
No, Mel Gibson. I'm assuming he's got to be talking Mel Gibson.
Yeah, I thought he was talking about the Tom Hardy fighting movie, the MMA movie.
Man, I'm so out of it if he is.
Yeah, because that's Road Warrior, not Warrior. Like, I assume that's what you're thinking. Like, are you thinking the Mad Max movie?
Yeah.
If he's talking about,
Warrior, not Warrior.
If he's talking about the movie Warrior, which is a cage fighting MMA movie that has, not only does it have Tom Hardy in it, it has Joel Edgerton in it, who's going to be in the Kenobi series. And I had talked on Rogue Sun's Star Wars podcast, my podcast, that I really liked that movie, and I thought that was a really big breakout for Joel Edgerton as an actor. And I thought the movie was great. It's a little bit campy in some ways. I mean, Kurt Angle's in it, so. But I thought that movie was fantastic. If that's the movie you're thinking of.
That, according to Aaron in chat, that is the movie he's thinking of, not Road Warrior, the Mel Gibson movie.
There's a movie called Warrior that's about it's a real life story about a gymnast who I think suffers a back injury and comes back, and it's a really great movie too.
What else do we have here?
Good thing you skipped me because I've never actually seen it.
Yeah, we're going to have to go a little bit quicker because we can't read everybody's. Again, if you want to have your question and or comment read for sure, send in a super chat and we'll get to it because we can't get to everybody's.
Someone send in a Leprechaun super chat.
We did get a super chat there. Have we seen the teaser trailer for Shang-Chi, Legends of the Ten Rings? I actually watched it at the beginning of the show.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I really liked what they gave us in the trailer. I know it won't be adult, but it felt very adult at times, and I mean, you know, the type of movie that it's going to be, whether it's seeing action or the political stance you want to take on it. There's something for everybody, I think, in this film. I think it has potential. Johnny?
Yeah, I'm all for this. I said earlier I didn't like how, they did the Mandarin dirty in the Iron Man series. So actually getting a proper Mandarin with the 10 rings and everything that goes along with that, I'm all for it. I'm happy. I'm excited. I just wish they hadn't have ruined Iron Fist before this.
Kieran, did you get to see that trailer or no?
I did not see the trailer. I think when I was looking through the link for the show, I saw that there was a trailer out. But of course, I was on the show, so I didn't watch it.
Where are we here? Bill Bowers asks, are y'all doing any pre-production for fan film, which is called what again? Haddonfield The Vanished. And there's also the Haddonfield Slayer. You'll see the Slayer before the Vanished, as long as things at least clear up a bit up here. And we're way past pre-production on the Vanished, and still currently tinkering around with writing for the Slayer. However, that one's a little tougher because you can only write so much because it's all found footage. So, yeah, that's sort of where we're at. COVID's bad up here. DMT says, no, man, Sean hates Supernatural. We all know the truth. He'd rather watch Halloween 5, the world's greatest cinematic masterpiece.
I'm shocked you got to do that with a straight face.
You know who likes Halloween 5?
Kieran. Frank Rager says, Big Frugan Roo? What?
That's what Johnny said earlier.
Yeah.
You said Big Frugan Roo?
Dude, you've known me for over 20 years. I say that all the freaking time.
I don't think I've ever heard you say it once.
That's why you were the Swedish chef, too. I got it.
I'm so lost here. But judge it by my eyes, and it being the date that it is, I'm sure you can all assume why.
I started saying that because I was getting in trouble for saying big freaking deal.
Oh.
So I just kind of Swedish chefed it, I guess.
Oh, Toronto Freddy addressed the Haddonfield The Vanished. Thanks, Freddy. Solid Saturn. Sean, have you watched Andy's film Son yet? No, I haven't. There's a list of films that Jade's been bugging me to watch, but still currently watching TV. Hell, I thought I was going to watch the first episode of Mayan Season 3 today while we were at her cottage, and I got through 2/3 of the episode and got interrupted and still haven't finished it. So still haven't seen Superman and Lois, still haven't seen this season of Mayan, still haven't seen this season of, any of Walker. So, no, way behind still. Alex says, how am I not mentioning John Cryer as Lex Luthor? Because he's not Michael Rosenbaum. Bill Bowers, how long a film approximately going to be? Slayer, too early to tell, but I'm going to guess somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes. And The Vanished is probably somewhere between 45 and 60 final cut, so probably closer to 60. Too early to tell on both fronts, though. Bill wants a Haddonfield The Vanished clip. No, we haven't released any clips yet. We've done a bunch of pictures. You can join our group on Facebook, Fandom Empire Den. You can find them there. You can find old streams where we reveal pictures. Our boy here, Kieran, though, who hasn't had a chance to talk about this in a while.
You did show them one clip.
Oh, yes, I did. Sorry. There is an old stream.
Flying up.
Yeah. We did a stream showing a blooper of Kieran in the film. But Kieran, it's been, it's crazy to say this, man. It's been 6 months almost since we were there, which is just a crazy thought. And we haven't been able to do anything since, sadly. But just brief thoughts on memories of that experience so far.
I mean, I came into that experience as like a quick-ish replacement. No, I wouldn't say a quick replacement. You didn't phone me the weekend of and say, hey, I need you. but
Oh my
I ended
God.
up being a replacement for someone, and I had a great time, and I really would like to do it again. I'm honestly just like absolutely like waiting. I'm biding my time here. I really, really want to get back to filming because I had such a fun time. I want to do more fan films. I want to do my own fan film. I want to be in other people's fan films, and like literally, it's all because I had such a great time on set. I really enjoyed the task, and I really enjoyed trying to. I don't know. I enjoyed the challenge, and when it comes to how much fun we had when we were up there, like we had a lot to do, so we didn't get a lot of time to, really like play around and have fun. But like I am looking really forward to, going up there and doing it again.
Poor choice of words at the end there.
What's that?
I said poor choice of words at the end.
What's
there.
that? Why? What was the poor choice of words?
We didn't get to play around and have fun. Wow, you guys got
a lot
out
of filming.
The disturbing part to me was the way he did that pseudo phone call at the beginning. That sounded so. Yeesh.
Oh man, it was such a great atmosphere. I can't wait to experience it again. I can't believe I'm reading the next comment. Our chat mod Frank Riker says, I still say Eileen uses sign language to moan while in bed with Sam.
She can talk, dude.
Wow. Wow. I don't have anything else.
When you ducked your head there for a second, it looked like Michael was wearing a Blue Jays hat. We're stuck again.
Where are we here?
Oh, there we go.
We read that super chat, right? Marcus's Shang-Chi?
Yes.
Yep.
Where is that? Sorry, the chat's moving like crazy on me, guys. I like this one. Frank Riker, maybe a Men of Letters series could have been good because there's endless stories of history inside the bunker. Well, I just hate seeing the bunker. I don't know if I'd want to see any more of the bunker, but, logistically, it makes sense. It makes sense. Johnny, quickly.
I would be for it. I mean, they've established a lot of parts of that, and, I think you've already obviously got the villain set in place with Abaddon, so I'm all for it.
Kenny says, I know you could not get into the CW Supergirl, but what you did see of it, but what you did see of it you liked, and what do you think the legacy of the series left for the Arrowverse? He thinks it had a good run. It's unfair for me to comment. I've seen like less than a half a dozen episodes on it. And I know you really need to give a series more time than that. But what I did see, I just didn't like at all. You got to remember, I love Smallville. To me, Smallville is the #1 Superman story in the world. I understand that not a lot of people share that opinion, and that's fine. But for me, that's my Superman. Speaking of which, we got to get Kieran out of here. So we'll get Kieran out of here, and Johnny and I will wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. Kieran, appreciated your services tonight, sir. Where can everybody find you at?
Oh, man, it's always fun to be here. It's always fun. I'm on Instagram as Kieran_FE. I'm on Twitter at, I think it's just at Kieran Gogan, but it's also the Rick and Morty Fan Show. You can catch me on Facebook. I'm sure everyone here who has, who wants to catch me has probably already caught me on Facebook, but I'm in the Fandom Empire Den. And, or you just, type my name and add me as a friend. If I recognize you from here, I'll add you. Because I like having more friends. And if you're like, fuck that guy's opinions, I'm fucking tired of that guy, then don't add me.
Alrighty, man. Have a good one. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Johnny, you'll love how I filmed the screen. Filled the screen.
That's a little weird, dude.
So yeah. I don't know. I just felt like doing a longer stream tonight. We're at 2.5 hours, and I don't have work tomorrow, so here we are. What did you think of Supergirl, man? For me, it wasn't fair for me to really comment on it because I didn't give it a proper chance. But the handful of episodes I did see I didn't like, and it's probably because I'm just so Smallville obsessed.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand where that sort of, I'm really getting freaked out with the double vision here. But no, I mean, I enjoyed it. You know, I've seen, I think I'm a season and a half behind, maybe. But, you know, no, You gonna do flip it upside down next?
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Clearly, we're in overtime here. We're losing some of the people, and that's fine. Those of you that don't want to...
I mean, I enjoyed the series. I actually prefer Melissa Benoist to Laura Vandervoort for a host of reasons. One, I like the performance better. One, I've never met Melissa Benoist. And three, Laura Vandervoort's
right. You're right. I forgot about your encounter. Sorry, I gotta remove this for me. It's making me trippy, so... Oh my God, Kieran's still here. What the hell?
But no, I mean, I've enjoyed Supergirl.
Oh my God. Woo.
It's like a Russian nesting doll.
All right, there we go.
Oh man. Oh Jesus. Okay. No, I mean, I've enjoyed it a great deal. I like the interconnectivity of the universe. You know, with Supergirl and Flash and Arrow and Black Lightning and now, you know, new Lois and Clark.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard nothing but great things, bigger budget, more HBO-like. And I have the first half season downloaded, the 5 episodes. I feel like I need to finish my Smallville rewatch before I start, though, or else I'm just not going to give it a proper chance because I really don't like who plays Lois. But yet I hear it's really, really good. And it's basically what the pitch was for a Smallville reunion a couple years ago with some tweaks and changes. Have you tried it yet? I haven't. But
I haven't actually got around to. I haven't watched any of the CW shows from the season yet. Mm-hmm. You know, I still need to finish watching last season of The Flash, which is my favorite of the CW shows. Yeah, I know you kind of fell off after it was season 2, but I stuck around and I've enjoyed it a great deal, and I need to get caught up on that. But no, I haven't actually sat down to watch it yet. I'm planning to. I'll probably wait until the season's over and just binge it. Is my plan.
Nice. Sorry, I'm going through the chat here.
I can see that.
It's 11:42, guys. So we're gonna go for 7 minutes and change, and then we're gonna get out of here. So any other questions that come in or super chats to throw in, now's the time to do so. Let's see. Bill Bauer says Slayer sounds awesome. Yeah, we're still debating how to film that though. We're thinking about using the Sony A7 III DSLR cam like we use with the Vanished. But, you know, another idea was to actually just use like high quality cell phones and edit the footage together that way because it would look more like it would if it was actual found footage. So we're going over that right now and trying to decide what's the best route. But ultimately, none of this can even come close to starting up unless things clean up big time up here. And it doesn't sound like it's happening anytime soon. So Sorry, I don't have a better answer on that, but yeah.
We did get one here more recently while you're scrolling back through looking
Yep.
for other one. DNT wants to know if the Supernatural anime is worth watching. Is it as good as the show and does it add anything to the actual show aside from adding Scooby-Doo to the Supernatural lore?
That
was the regular show.
Yeah, no, that's not the same thing.
Definitely not.
No, the Scooby-Doo episode was a one-off. The Supernatural animated stuff was done way back with I think they did season 1 when Supernatural was in like season 3 or 4 or something.
Yeah, it was very early in the
but only Jared Padalecki returns to voice. I think it's someone else's Jensen until like the last 2 episodes or something. And when I heard it's not Jensen, I know it's animated, but I was like, I can't do it because for me, Sam and Dean are Jared and Jensen. And so, yeah, I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched it myself either, so I can't really attest to anything. And yes, it's somebody else except for the last 2 episodes doing Dean. Yeah, no, I've never seen it. I don't really plan to either.
Rainy day one day I might, but if the guy who's playing Dean is way off of Jensen's tone, I don't think I could. I just don't. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't rule out the idea of Supernatural continuing animated one day and not live action. If Jared and Jensen are too busy with something else and they decide they want to carry it on animated, they could do a fairly low budget animated, and the following for Supernatural is so big and so diehard that I think it would still be successful, but that's not the route I hope happens. What about you, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to come back to the universe, I think it has to be live action or it's not worth it for me unless you go a different route with different characters.
You want to hear a joke?
Yeah. Okay.
The Leafs just lost to the COVID-riddled Canucks again. Oof, that's a joke. That's weird. I heard something. Kevin Dustin says, did you guys hear that McRae announced It's Me, Billy will be about 42 minutes? That's amazing. Yeah, I did. It's really nice because I do think length matters in some cases. And I think Dave before had said on his channel that he thought it'd probably be around 25, 30 minutes. And the fact they got 42 out of it lets you know that everything they filmed, because they were on very limited timing, obviously turned out real well if they're able to get 42 minutes instead of an expected 25 to 30. So I'm pretty excited about that. Johnny, just thoughts in general in terms of putting together a fan film, a big budget fan film, and you end up getting 17 minutes more footage than you thought you might.
I mean, it's hard. There's no 2 ways about it. It's hard to do. You have to keep it's I guess a production like it is literally best described as juggling chainsaws and cats. It's not easy to do, and being able to achieve more than what you planned is amazing. There's no 2 ways about it other than to say it's amazing.
Kevin, again, do you think there should be more nudity in the next 2 Halloween films? I wouldn't mind seeing Allison's boobs. It's not likely to happen with characters that you've seen in the first movie just because all 3 of these movies take place on one night. So the characters that are already involved would have no reason to get themselves in a situation that would involve more intentional nudity. I'm not going to say there's none, but yeah, that's sort of my take. Johnny? I think he was joking around, but yeah. And Bill's like, 2 Seans? Toronto Freddy's like, doppelgangers!
That question hurt my head. I guess maybe there's going to be a lot of showers after the night they've had. maybe that's what I don't know how to answer that question other than to say there's probably a porno version of it out there somewhere. Go watch that.
Wow. Oh man,
I want to see blood, not boobs, in my horror movies. Well, I want to see both, but
our buddy Dean
I'd rather
Renner's
blood
still
than
here.
boobs.
Yeah, I hadn't seen Dean in the chat in a bit, but he's still here. It seems like again, Dean. Big congrats, man, on passing your test. That's it's awesome shit, brother. Happy for you. Yeah, my chat's kind of everywhere. What's the last thing you see?
The last thing I see is
Do you have
DM.
are you in the actual chat or are you looking at my screen?
No, I'm in the actual chat.
Okay.
So it looks like they're right online with what I see.
Which is the okay.
Message by DMT.
Yeah, I was sort of skipping everywhere. I'm like, what the hell? DMT's Harding Tommy. That must have been when he popped up.
DMT also told us a joke when you asked us if you wanted to hear a joke.
Oh, what did he say?
He said a guy walks into the bar and says, "I'll take some Corona," without the virus.
Oh man, DMT. I'm trying to figure out where the hell I am in the chat, guys. Sorry, give me a second. Phil Bauer says, found footage. Yes. Scooby Natural's awesome. I'm looking at a Scooby Natural poster up on that wall right now. You can't see it because I can't show all of the Batcave off yet. But one day the Batcave will get all shown off.
All right, well, you keep searching. Kenny asks us if we're excited for Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
I mean, yeah, general excitement, even though I think I've liked Doctor Strange in the MCU, but I didn't like his movie. I really wasn't a fan of his movie at all. But from what I understand is Spider-Man's going to lead into this. That it's just sort of all connected with Spider-Man and WandaVision and this, and it's all supposed to like blend in together, I'm pretty sure. And there's been whispers that Tobey Maguire might be in that movie as well. And I'm cautiously optimistic would be the long-winded answer. How about you?
Oh, I'm hugely excited. You know, Doctor Strange was one of my favorite movies in the MCU. You know, it's I think in my top 3, top 4. I have to actually think about it. It's for sure in my top 5 in the MCU. But I enjoyed it a great deal. You know, I loved everything from, you know, Benedict Cumberbatch all the way down. You know, that whole cast was good. It's fun. It's lots of great characters, and it interacts with the universe in a much greater way. Like, you know, Dormammu was a character I didn't expect to deal with. So I'm excited to see where we go next with, you know, the introduction of the multiverse. I'll admit I kind of thought we'd get, you know, Doctor Strange introducing the multiverse, but it kind of makes sense for him to be the one to deal with it and not explain it. So I'm just interested to know how we're going to get introduced to the multiverse. I mean, WandaVision sort of opened the door a little bit with the chaos magic introduction and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting knowing that Spider-Man is scheduled to come out in December?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the actual date of that movie yet, but
well, I mean, at this point it's December, but who knows if it's going to actually meet that date or not.
Well, let me ask you, sort of interrupt your thought here, but you've brought up Spider-Man, and we were talking about how spoilers and rumors, while it can be fun, can also get your expectations way too high and really hurt an experience for you. And for me, that movie feels like a movie that's like, with everything that's out there and going around, and even from super credible sources, it's almost like, oh, but if it's not, or if it's just cheaply done, like, it could be devastating because it gets your expectations so high. For me, this movie is at huge risk of that. Where are you with that?
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, to this point, we have confirmed characters from all 3 main Spider-Man film trilogies. You know, obviously, you know, we assume Toby and Andrew are involved, but that's yet to be confirmed. but we do have Jamie Foxx playing Electro from the Amazing Universe, and we have Alfred Molina playing Doc Ock from the Prime Toby universe. So, and obviously, you know, Tom and company playing the characters inside the current MCU. So there's so much possible integration that you have to be afraid. You know, I look back and I say this has the potential to be as bad as Spider-Man 3, where you had just so much stuff crammed into it. You know, it's like a sausage that you've overstuffed that just explodes. You know, there's so much to try to jam in there, and eventually the casing is going to explode, and that's what I'm afraid of. You know, but the MCU's done a pretty good job of handling that so far. So I have faith in Feige, but at the same time, I'm certainly worried that we might get too much. I mean, especially considering the cliffhanger we got left on in Spider-Man. You know, you have to bring that to a conclusion. You can't just have Triple J out Peter Parker and not have it pay off. Now, is the multiverse going to pay that off? Quite possibly. You know, if you introduce the multiverse and then you can suddenly have, you know, Peter Parker standing with Spider-Man while Spider-Man's doing Spider-Man shenanigans, then that'll make things interesting. But, you know, to my thought process, you can't really do that with, was it the first one? Was it the Tobey Maguire universe, or the Andrew Garfield universe, where the webs were organic and not scientific?
That was the Maguire universe.
Okay, so you kind of have to do it with Andrew Garfield, because you can't have organic spider webs versus mechanics. It's very easy for, you know, Andrew to just sort of use Tom's cartridges.
Yeah.
And do that. And, you know, I had a comment on this in the chat. I've read the interview with Alfred Molina, and I don't know if I'm just interpreting it differently than everybody else, but he doesn't say they're actually de-aging him, just that they could. You know, it was their answer to, I'm too old. You know, his response is, I'm too old to do this. And they're like, well, we can, you know, if we can de-age Robert Downey Jr. and Sam Jackson, you know, we could probably do the same with you. But, I don't think anywhere do they confirm that they're actually de-aging him, because that doesn't really make sense to me, because then you have to de-age Toby, and you have to de-age Andrew, and suddenly the budget for this movie has just tripled.
Yeah. Almost like, you know, $465 million for one season of TV.
Okay, but I mean, I think the difference is that's Amazon doing that. That's like an hours of company maintenance.
I know, but
you know, it's a little different to compare. Like, I saw those numbers, and I saw you and Zach talking about it in the Facebook group, and my response was, dude, this is an Amazon project. Jeff Bezos makes that in 10 minutes.
I mean, at the end of the day, they're still budgets. So,
well, they are, but I mean, the Amazon budget as a whole is so huge that's, you know, it's a stone in the lake. That's all I got to say for Spider-Man.
Toronto Freddy says, Supernatural anime? How did I not know about this? What? How did I not know? No, it's out there, man. I don't know where you would legally find it. I don't know if it's on YouTube or Google Play or any, Xbox. I was gonna say PlayStation, but they're getting rid of their store stuff. So yeah, it might be out there legally. I haven't seen it though. Eventually maybe you'll finish that before I do. I don't know when I'll get around to it, but I do want to try to give it a shot. But again, if Dean's voice is way off, it won't be.
It used to be on Netflix. I don't know if it still is.
Really? The animated one was?
Yeah, the anime was on Netflix before the regular series was.
Really?
It might be on Prime now. I know that's where it is, at least up here.
I had to stop watching Supernatural on Prime because of the music thing you were talking about. Yeah. I noticed some of the songs are still there, but specifically the big ticket end theme songs. Just like, it's supposed to be the one where Dean drives out of the gas station to Back in Black, and then just like, and they had just some generic rock music playing. I'm like,
this is garbage.
wow, way to fuck that one up.
But even some of the early DVDs were like that too. There'd be some awkward edits, but they did a pretty good job of keeping the big ones intact.
Yeah, so ugh. That's okay. I hope to get that 4K box set soon, though. That's on my to-do list. I think it's out next month.
I honestly don't know.
Toronto Freddy said Sam Raimi is directing it. Said to be more of a horror film. Yes, I did hear it's very horror inspired. He's talking about Doctor Strange 2. What is the
Multiverse of Madness?
What is the next Marvel project? The next one you're going to see on TV is Loki, I believe.
2 weeks after the finale of Falcon and Winter Solider.
Yeah. So.
Next movie is Black Widow in July.
Yeah, and I think that's straight to Disney Plus now too. So.
It's both.
Is it?
Yeah.
That was Dean's comment. You read about Alfred Molina.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah.
Well, Freddie, if the trolls can, create multiple accounts to pump out the garbage, why can't we make multiple accounts to pump up the likes?
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. I don't think we actually did that.
No.
I know I didn't, but
no, because that's the current amount of viewers. Our actual amount of views is probably in the 300 or 400.
So. Now, not who's watched all night.
Yes, indeed. I think though we've come to an end of the show. I think we went like 10 minutes longer than we said we're gonna. 420 is almost up, so really quickly here.
Got it in with 6 seconds to spare.
There we go.
420 is over.
Bill Bauer says, thoughts on Black Widow, Johnny? Any excitement level for it? For me, that's one of those movies that, because it got backed up, it's kind of like, whatever. I'll see it when I see it.
I will definitely see it. I have talked to the other members of me household about getting it on Premier Access, just because it's safer than a theater if they're even open at that point, and it's probably about as expensive as actually going to the theater to watch it. So yes, we'll definitely check it out, and maybe even opening night or opening weekend. But I think you're right when you say you're less excited about it, because I am to a degree less excited about it, because events occurred in this most recent episode of Falcon and Winter Soldier that would have been so much better had the proper order have occurred. Because I'm trying to still say sort of spoiler free-ish, because I don't know if the chat has seen it all yet, but there's a character that debuts in episode 5 that was supposed to make their debut in the Black Widow movie, so that we'd actually know who they are when they make their appearance in Falcon and Winter Soldier, which I think would make a big difference, because me, the comic book fan, knows who this character is, or who this character is supposed to be, but I think we'll get that explanation in Black Widow that we should have gotten first to make this next one make sense. Because I think most people assume that this character is the power broker, but obviously if you watch the episode all the way through, you realize that's not the case.
Bill Bauer says Loki 6 episodes. I don't know. I thought Loki would be a traditional 8. I don't think it's being looked at like Falcon and the Winter Soldier is, but
let me hit the Google machine real quick, and it will.
What's Google? No, I'm kidding. I'm not that high.
I was gonna say, exactly how high are you, dude?
I'm pretty fucking lit.
It is 6 episodes. First episode premieres June 11th.
So I would suspect if it's 6 episodes, then for it to be very much like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where instead of them being, 30, 40 minute episodes, you'll see 50 or 60 minute episodes. So,
yeah, that's my guess as well. There's obviously no runtime out yet, but I'd say you're right in assuming that it's going to be 40 to 50 minutes on the low end.
Toronto Freddy says he thinks the Mandarin is the power broker.
I'm going to call it a hunch and say that Freddy hasn't seen episode 5 yet. So you've seen episode 5, right? You're caught up.
I have, so I don't want to talk.
So no, I'm not going to say who, but I mean, obviously you figured it out as well.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty straightforward.
I was going to say, if you didn't, I don't know what to say, because it was pretty obvious by the time you got to the end.
Yeah.
Keep watching, Freddy. You'll figure out who the power broker is.
DMT, fried as a French fry, baked as a baked potato. LOL. That probably describes my my current state of mind.
You've caught up to episode 5, and you still think the Mandarin is the power broker?
I would love to hear how.
I kind of agree with that.
I don't mean that. Like, I'm not saying that in like a, pretentious BSing way either. I'm saying it.
I mean, I assume
I'd
you
be
and I
curious
both
to
think
hear.
it's the same character, but I mean, we may not, I suppose. But yeah, I felt it was pretty obvious by the time you got to the end of this episode.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, maybe Freddy's just trolling us. I don't know.
No idea.
Has ties to the man? Okay, because Madripoor is supposed to be a big location in Shang-Chi, so that would make sense.
Wow, my mind just went with that. Oh, like all the little strings and dots of places finally connected, and it lit up like a neon green. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I'm as fried as a cupcake. Solid Saturn wants to know, do you think we'll get one Halloween Kills poster or 2? Johnny?
Man, at this point, I'll be happy to just have one before the thing comes out. If we were going to have 2, 1 would have been out by now.
All right. Okay, guys, final chance for some questions here. We're really going to get off here. I'm going to play a quick game of yay or nay with Johnny here, as I have a few questions for him. And the audience can answer along, yay or nay, or you can ask your own question to wrap up the show. It's been a fun little 3-hour marathon stream. I'm trying to get us to that 3-hour mark.
I half anticipated you to be like, oh, by the way, now it's time for trivia.
and Ian comes in. It's like Star Wars trivia now, Legends only. Oh man.
Yeah, I'm a little interested. How exactly are you as fried as a cupcake?
Fried cupcake, baby.
Cupcakes are baked, not fried. You don't fry a cupcake. That's a donut.
You could fry a cupcake.
That's a donut, dude.
Fry your cupcake.
That's a fried cupcake is a donut, dude.
I think we'll get 2, but I think we'll get 1, but I think we should get 2. I would have released one last Halloween that literally was just like, I don't know, the
next Halloween.
The old Myers house from '78 takes up the whole poster, and then underneath it, Halloween Kills. Because
77.
No, I mean 78. Wow, Johnny, I'm high, and wow.
I'll just blame it on being tired.
Yeah, don't take away his Halloween fan card, people. Don't do it. Anyways, yeah, I would hope for there to be 2, but that doesn't mean there always is. Solid Saturn says Johnny is a donut. Oh, it reminds me of Ramsey.
Johnny eats donuts.
Get out of here, you donut!
I'm thinking Star Wars. It's still stuck in my head. That's why my mind goes right to 77.
Dude, let me ask you. I know you're not really going out many places with all this going on, but do you still go to the corner store at all ever, or a variety store close to you ever?
No.
I
don't trust those places to maintain safety. Are you kidding me? I don't think they probably haven't been properly sanitized since COVID started.
But even before that.
When the last time I was at the corner store? It's been years. If I want something, I'll just go to Walmart or we got a No Frills up the street now, someplace like that. I can't justify myself paying that extra at convenience stores when I can just.
Sorry, 1 second. This question got deep. Need some thinking power. Go ahead.
But no, I can't actually remember the last time I was in the convenience store, and that's at the corner, 100 feet away.
Wow. Anyways, I go to the corner store today once I finally got back to my house because I forgot something. So I go over there, and I got to the door first.
Okay.
And I seen this old lady coming down, walking slowly. So I stood there and I wait and I held the door open with my elbow. She walks in, right? So then I walk in. And we go to like separate areas of the store. And we're both coming up to the line at the same time. I'd say I'm a little closer to it. And she like does this little wobble run to get in front of me. And like, so I'm already thinking like, really? Like, I got one thing. You got 2 or 3 things. I held the door open for you. I waited to hold the door open for you. I let you go first. And she cuts me off. She fucking cuts me off. Like, what did I do to deserve that? Nice guys finish last? Like, you couldn't. I had a chocolate milk. That's it. I had one chocolate milk. So that's pretty deep.
Okay, but what did she have? What were the items in question?
She had a loaf of bread and I think some cat food.
Well, I mean, that cat was clearly hungry, dude. She had to get right back home to feed that cat. I mean, you got cats, dude. A hungry cat, is that something you want to deal with?
Right, but, like, she didn't wobble that fast or, go like this that fast to get in the store while I was holding the door when it looked like her back was going to snap like a twig. I let her go first, and then she cuts me off. So I'm already, like, annoyed because I just want to go home. And so it doesn't end there, though. It gets worse. I'm sitting there thinking, how does it get worse? And the worst part is, there's this guy who is stalking the shelves at the front, right? Like, almost right in front of the counter. They have 2 tills up there. And he's like, literally, this is him, okay? This is him. And has like the bagged M&Ms you get at the theaters. And he's just like this. He's just like... And, like, I'm just looking at him, and I look at the guy behind me, and I'm just sort of like... And he's just like... I'm like, okay, so it's not just me. I turn my attention back, thinking it's my turn to go. And the lady's still there, and I'm thinking, how? How? I just had this entire exchange, and this lady's still there. Like... You wobbled up quick enough, but you couldn't finish cashing out with your loaf of bread and cat food? And I'm like, okay.
What if the cat food's not for the cat?
So, Aaron's like, maybe he was high. And I'm just like, I'm thinking to myself, how has this not happened? Like, maybe there's something wrong with her debit. I was at a point where maybe I would have even bought it for her just to get her the hell out of my way. And then, you know what it was? Yeah, I'll play another blackjack. Yeah. Oh, give me some of the dice too. Yeah, can I do the dice? And I kid you not, she sat there for what felt like a fucking hour. She sat there for about another 6 or 7 minutes. Acting like it was a fucking casino. And I'm just like, what contest in hell did I win? Like, oh my fuck. It was, oh my God. It was just this awful experience that I thought I was like trapped in a time warp where I just kept having to deal with this time and time again. And it was just driving me up the wall. And anyways, have you ever been in a variety store? Sorry for the long story time, people. Where you get stuck behind someone that thinks the variety store is a casino.
I mean, I can't say I've ever experienced that. I mean, I've definitely experienced the the person just keeps buying lottery tickets. Like I remember once, I mean, obviously you know them as well as I do, but the pull-offs.
Oh,
I mean, I've had a few experiences where the person in front of me just keeps pulling them off, and
do you remember Jumbo Video?
New ones. It's like, seriously, there are other people here. Get the fuck out of the way.
Do you remember Jumbo Video?
Of course I do.
So they sold them at Jumbo Video too. I remember my grandmother would buy them all the time, and all I wanted to do is fucking go home and watch my video, usually wrestling. And
great wrestling section.
They did. It was fantastic. I
think my parents bought like half of it when they went out of business.
Oh man. I think we're boring the chat though, because all I see is talk about weather. Freddie's entertaining them more than we are.
That seems pretty appropriate considering the conversations we're having.
Hey, this has been a fun night. It's been a fun stream. Needed something like this. Intel sent me a message. I want to get high, so high. You do that, Intel. You do it. You do it up, my man. You still got 2 hours and change left of 420. Art Wishwood says Hollywood Video. I always remember Blockbuster being like the place, but I remember Rogers Video was cool for a bit. You know, you'd get corner store videos that would have some good videos and video games. Jumbo Video was it for a bit, and it's crazy to think that like how big some of those were.
Yeah,
it's just dead. And it's weird. Obviously, COVID would have killed it too, but it's if Blockbuster was still around, like I'm talking massive capacity, but like if your city had one Blockbuster, or if there was a Blockbuster within a couple of cities, I would still go just for the enjoyment of looking through the movie selection.
Yeah, I mean, I would still go to video stores even after the death of Blockbuster around here. There was a good one on, obviously I can be more specific with you because you know the city pretty well, but there was one between on King, between King and what is it when you're heading towards Town Line on the other side?
I don't know.
It might be Bond, but I thought it was something else. But it's like down. I mean, you know the area pretty well because you generally live there. But where the convenience stores are in that little sort of strip plaza that goes sideways between the two this way.
Oh man, I'm so lost right now, dude. I'm high as fuck.
it's by Pizza Hut on King.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, yeah. There was one there a long time ago.
Like 10 years ago, there was one there.
Oh, I think it was longer than 10, man. I think it was like 20, 25.
Well, not quite that long, because they were still there when I had my wisdom teeth pulled out, and that was only 15 years ago.
I know there was one in the Whitby Mall Plaza for a long time, too, that went out in the last 10 years or so.
And then there was a good one over on...
Roslyn and Thornton.
Yes. That's the one I was thinking of exactly.
Yeah. They're all gone, even those ones.
Yep. I think they were the last one at Roslyn and Thornton. They were there until a couple years ago.
I'm sure there's still some variety store doing it somewhere in the boons.
Variety stores. I mean, a lot of them still have their sections where they still do that, but they're tiny and garbage,
hardly used. So
yeah.
Wow, I could do a full stream on Blockbuster. I love Blockbuster, and
Blockbuster was amazing.
Some of the fun experiences I had in there. Always when you'd run into you'd be sure to run into a friend or a classmate when you go there.
Somebody you knew, always, yeah,
for sure, absolutely. Oh wow, what do I got here?
How many? I think back to Blockbuster. I think of all of the quarters I spent in that gumball machine trying to win free rentals. shitty gum, but felt great when you won. Once a year if you were lucky.
Oh man, yeah, no. Wow. Matt Whitfield says he's sorry. He just woke up. Sorry he missed the shows. Maddie, how could you, Maddie? Maddie. Good
Our
3
chat has
hours. Good night.
denigrated into solid buying pornos.
Of course. Solid at the center of another good old controversy. Bill Bowers is ducking out for the night. Bill, thanks for spending the last 3 hours with us, man. It's been fun. I think it's almost our longest YouTube stream ever. And
not even close to our longest show ever.
No, we did a 5.5 hour Star Wars Wastelands once. That was nuts.
Yeah, we were crazy back then.
That was great. You know, it's different with YouTube though, because like they're, you know, actually watching you. They can see what we're doing. So like we're not free to do whatever we want during that time. DMT says, "Oh my God, I forgot about the gumball machines. I don't know if they had any free stuff with the ones we had though. I think I just had gum and temporary tattoos. Remember stickers? Hockey stickers were a thing up here.
Yeah, those coin machines where you put the coins in, pull it out, and the stickers would drop down, and the little tiny coffee shot mugs with the logos on them.
You mean the ones like this?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you still got. I know I have a few kicking around still.
I mean, it's not this, but like it's just a shot glass I'm going to show you, but like it's like that big.
Yeah, those little tiny white ones that were like little coffee mugs that looked like they belonged in doll houses. Really, I mean, oh man,
oh, it's been a fun one. 3 hours has been a long one. It's been a fun one, but we went through some long ones back in the day. Mando was a great guy and still is. And they were fun times. I think though that we are about done. Sorry if I missed any questions towards the end here. I'm going to quickly go through a little yay or nay with Johnny. Are there Fandom Empire shot glasses? Not yet. Okay. I just had them written down. Where'd they go? All right, Johnny, here we go. A yay or nay, and the audience can answer one potential troll the whole stream. Well, Freddie, I have no doubt that those special individuals have probably been watching the stream. I discovered, looking at their disgusting cesspool that they communicate in, that they sometimes watch and stay quiet to build up for future streams. They clearly don't watch enough because they seem to get everything wrong.
Keep doing that. All it does is pump our numbers up.
Yes. Yeah. Snip into a Slim Jim.
What?
Oh, man. Sorry, I thought Johnny would start talking there. Dead silence.
I'm waiting for the yay or nay.
Yay or nay? Here we go. Tomatoes on pizza. Yay or nay?
Well, I mean, that's a rhetorical question because there's tomatoes in the pizza sauce, so yay?
No. The pizza sauce doesn't count.
Okay, so we're talking tomato slices.
Yes.
Then nay.
Why?
Because I just don't like... I mean, you've known me for 20 plus years. Have you ever seen me eat an actual sliced tomato on, like, anything?
Bro, tomatoes are great.
They are great.
You're missing out. You know what? I think I might have to get myself skipped. Like I should order skip the dishes right now. No, who am I kidding? Fucking 2 people laid off because of this shit. That's not happening. Someone go order me the keg. So that's a nay to tomato slices.
Hard nay.
No, I wouldn't say that, Art. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate at all. So he's a hard nay on tomatoes on pizza. All right. Here we go. Here's an.
Aaron says snap into a Slim Jim was your way of saying you got the munchies.
Oh, dude, the munchies are here, bro. They're here.
For the record, 1 yay, 2 nays in the chat.
1 yay, 2 nays.
So we're 75% no.
Ooh, ouch. Guys. And what's everybody else doing right now? They're just listening to us while they're laying in bed? Doing God knows what with God knows who?
Okay, let's not start with those visuals, because I want to imagine what some of our viewers are doing in bed while thinking about us.
That's...
All right, we're up to a 50-50 in the chat.
50-50.
Yeah. We had
Fat says yes. Yes.
Oh, it's swinging the yay way.
Yes, the yay way, the yes way, the yes movement. Matt Whitfield's in the house, baby! Matty W, just for you. For my boy, Matty W. Oh, man. It's still 420 somewhere, right?
On the West Coast.
On the West Coast, that's right.
I guess anywhere one time zone to the west.
One time zone to the west. Anywhere one time zone to the west. Alrighty. Yay or nay? Gravy and ketchup on your roast beef, mashed potatoes, and veggie dinner. Gravy and ketchup.
I mean, it depends. I mean, the type of gravy plays a huge factor in that. You know, and how the gravy tastes, whether or not you need some of that sweet acidity from the ketchup. So, I mean, I'm not going to say no to it, but I'm not going to say yes to it. It's kind of a situational question. Probably not on the potatoes, though, and definitely not on the vegetables. That's just weird. But even gravy on the vegetables is weird to me.
Wow.
But on the meat, sure, that's acceptable.
Gravy. It's all gravy. So that's a yay for you then?
On the meat, yes. So if we're gonna limit it to that, sure.
I guess that counts. That's hard. It's hard. It is real hard. Alrighty, yay or nay? Leftovers.
Absolutely, yay.
Yeah.
Absolutely. People who don't eat leftovers are just weird. Like they're literally wasting money if they don't eat leftovers. Like
a lot of people won't eat leftovers. You know how some people are.
But that's my point. Like they're literally just pissing away money when they don't eat leftovers. Like, I mean, if you make enough that it's just enough for that one individual meal, then that's fine. You're not going to have leftovers. But if you're throwing away leftovers, you're doing something wrong. That's my opinion.
I'm yay for leftovers that you've made. But if you go to like fucking Wendy's or something and just all of a sudden aren't feeling hungry and then eat it the next day, like 15, 16 hours after buying fast food.
Oh, I got no problem with it.
You have that's a hard nay for me. Hard nay. That's because I also don't know any fast food that cooks better than I do. So,
well, of course not, but that's a completely different metric.
Very much.
I mean,
very, very, very much so. I had my list here, but it's not here now, which is frustrating. So I'm trying to remember what they were. Yay or nay? Yay or nay? You ready? Raisin Bran cereal.
I got nothing against it, but I'm not a fan, so nay. It's just cornflakes with raisins in them.
Delayed reaction.
Extremely delayed reaction.
I went to the wrong page on the soundboard. Don't judge me.
It's not my thing. if I want fruits in my cereal, I'll go to like a berry of some kind.
I'm a hard fucking yay.
I've never been a big fan of raisins, though. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. Like I enjoy grape juice, and that's pretty much just raisins. But yeah.
Let me come up with a couple more here. Since I can't seem to remember what I had on the fucking list. Yay or nay? I got nothing. Which is probably a sign that what was it? We had one. We have a couple of yay guys. My boys Art and Wayne are backing me up. American Turkey Burger says, "Can they hit
Matt
that?"
Matt was a strong yay.
Matt was a strong yay. Oh, yeah. I thought it said strong nay. So yeah. DMT. How do I answer this without getting myself in trouble here?
Just say agree to disagree.
It should be pretty obvious for me, shouldn't it? So yeah. So yeah, and no, you can't hit this vape. This is my vape. Get your own vape.
You can hear the effect like in your voice. Just it's slowing down.
I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Yay or nay? Ketchup on your shepherd's pie.
I mean, again, it's kind of a situational thing. I mean, I'm not gonna, lambast anyone who says yay, but it's probably a nay for me.
And my final one, yay or nay? Oh, we're getting nays. Fucking yay for Toronto Freddy. Yeah, it's my boy, Freddy. Yeah. Ketchup on shepherd's pie equals nay. Oh, DMT. Why? How could you do this to me on the day of my daughter's... No.
That's 4 nays, 1 yay, and 1 yay once in a while. And what is shepherd's pie?
What is shepherd's pie? Oh my god.
This isn't Jeopardy, Wayne.
Yay or nay, Gordon Ramsay?
Yay, I love the guy.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
I think he's amazing. I think if I could go back and play SmackDown 2 again, or even SmackDown 3, I would create a Gordon Ramsay character in that game.
Exactly how strong is the stuff you've got in that vape?
Ah, 93% THC in that one. 84 in this one.
Pretty strong yays in the chat. 4 yays.
For Gordon Ramsay? Fucking right.
For Gordon Ramsay, yeah.
Gordon Ramsay's amazing.
I saw a video yesterday. I didn't get to watch it all the way through of him going through fast food drive-thrus and critiquing the food.
Oh my god, you gotta link me.
I'll have to see if I can find it. It was just in kind of like this suggested videos thing.
Oh man, you gotta find me that, dude. We all need some Gordon Ramsay judging fast food. Oh my god. It makes you wonder though, like not in front of a camera, if he's late, he's stuck, he's been out on the road all day. Just imagine him stopping at one of these places and getting like a bad McDonald's Big Mac. Like, what the fuck is this? Get out of here. Gordon Ramsay doesn't have Boston accent. That's just, me being me. Yeah, no, I'm hard yay on Ramsay, man. Hard fucking yay. Yay. All right, let's have some fun with the chat here. 2 final questions, both food related. Actually, we'll do 3. We'll go back on topic with a horror question at the end. So question number 1. What is everyone's favorite brand and flavor of chips? What's everyone's favorite brand and flavor of chips? Let's get some shout-outs, some love for some chips in there. And you know the trolls are loving this right now. They're just like, this guy's just setting himself up. 1, he's high. 2, he's talking about food, junk food. We love what we love. I said it. And it ain't you. Woohoo. Everyone's favorite brand and flavor of chips. Come on, get typing. Let's see some answers. Johnny, what's yours?
That is... oh man, I don't know if I can pick just one.
Or at least your
very
current, right?
Mood thing. Like,
yeah, your current favorite.
I mean, I guess I never say no to a bag of Ruffles all dressed. There we go. There it is.
All dressed is just a Canadian thing, right?
Yes.
So all of our American listeners and our listeners elsewhere don't know what all dressed chips are.
I just sent you that video we were discussing of Gordon Ramsay and fast food drive-thrus.
Oh man, that went down the wrong pipe. Oh, that's what she said.
I mean, it's an all-dressed chip. It's just literally it's all the major flavors. Ketchup, salt, vinegar, barbecue, sour cream, and onion, and mystery seasonings. Depending on which brand you get, but it's just all of the major chip flavors together in one bite. It's amazing. Like, I love it.
All that awesome sauce in.
I got a bag in the kitchen, right in the dining room right now. I haven't opened yet.
You know what? I think I have some regular, like plain Ruffles with some hell of a dip in the fridge. That's always a nice combo.
I assume you mean the dips in the fridge, not the chips.
Well, I mean, I hope it's not the chips. There goes my after show snack. The only problem with your studio being downstairs is I'd have to.
You can't get the snackage on.
And I can't wake Jade up because she's definitely asleep. I mean, we're at 3 hours.
That's like the disadvantage of the green screen behind me. Like, I can't really get up and go around it because of where it is.
Be like Will Ferrell's character in. Oh man, is it Wedding Crashers? Mom, bring me some chips.
Is it Wedding Crashers or is it Step Brothers?
I don't think it's Step Brothers. I think it's Wedding Crashers.
I'm not sure, but the chat's definitely coming alive here with this one. Salt Saturn says regular Cheetos. DMT says spicy chili Doritos.
Hang on, regular Cheetos are like cheesies, right?
Cheetos, bro. Come on.
Cheesies.
Yeah, it's Cheetos.
Yeah, like what Jensen would eat.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
DMT spicy chili Doritos. Troy Grubb says Martin's Chips Barbecue. I don't think we have that brand up here.
No, I've never heard of that.
Fat Pat says Cool Ranch Doritos.
Yeah, Cool Ranch.
Great choice. I'm probably going to butcher your last name, but Zach Gaxiola says Lay's Sour Cream and Onion and Doritos Nacho.
Nice.
Okay. Wayne Gotke says Doritos Barbecue. That's
fucking Michael Myers. Oh, my God.
Freddie says barbecue chips, no brand, just the flavor.
Oh my God.
Michael Myers says goldfish.
Wow.
Aaron Click says nacho Doritos. Kat says ketchup Old Dutch or Lay's. That's pretty. I'm not a big Old Dutch fan, but it's good. It also says definitely a mood thing. Salt and vinegar also. Okay. Freddie also says pizza flavored Pringles. I'm not a fan of those.
Never tried them.
Pringles are probably more on my bottom because they're, it's a potato chip. It's a potato chip masquerading as something good for you. That's not a chip. Don't pretend to be good for me. You're a potato chip. Be bad.
I like plain Pringles, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get them. Like if someone just randomly like, oh, hey, I brought these over for you. I'd eat them. Yeah, no, plain regular Pringles.
DMT says spicy chili Doritos are the best chips. Damn it, because nobody's agreeing with him. Freddie says yes, it was Wedding Crashers.
Nice. T. Fred to my rescue.
American Turkey Burger. Sorry, your check's going to bounce. Everyone just stop and look how handsome Sean is. How much are you paying him to say that?
Next question.
Between paying off Matt last week to ask you that question and on the Thursday night edition to this one tonight, seriously, dude, you're blowing through all the super chat money this month.
What one? What was Matt's again? Sorry, my brain's.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he shot you a compliment that was just dripping in. You paid him to say it.
No,
I don't remember exactly what it was. I remember I got the horns when it was after we were talking about after the troll situation and everything. We were talking about the super chats and Matt said something just really nice, nothing wrong with it or anything, and I responded with, well, I guess we know where the super chat money went this month, and you horned me for it. I can't remember when it was in the show. It was Thursday night.
Yeah, my brain's too mush to remember that.
DMT says Pringles run out too quickly. Not in my house because they're gross.
So you don't even like plain Pringles?
I'm not a Pringles fan. I don't enjoy them. I think you don't get enough for what you pay.
Sorry, what did you say your favorite chip is right now?
Ruffles, all dressed.
Yeah, mine's probably Ruffles, sour cream, and bacon.
I prefer sour cream and onion, sour cream and bacon, but that's not a bad choice.
Yeah, I do like sour cream and onion, but not for Ruffles. I like it for Lay's on the sour cream and onion. Yeah. Lay's sour cream and onion ruined sour cream and onion chips for me when I was younger. Just terrible. American Turkey Burger says, Chex Mix are my bottom bitch. Oh, fuck. Wow. Wow. Alrighty. That was just the chips one, too. Here's the next one.
Oh, that's more?
Yeah, there was two more. Remember, there's two more. All right, next question, everybody. Here we go. Coke or heroin? No.
Well, that escalated quickly.
No. Coke or Pepsi? Coke or Pepsi? And it doesn't have to just be Coke or Pepsi. It can be the Coke line or the Pepsi line. Just Coke. Are you team Coke or are you team Pepsi? Just like back in the day, it was, are you team Edward or are you team Jacob? Or are you team Tommy B or are you team Kieran? This is, are you team Coke or team Pepsi? Fucking Aaron. Oh, Johnny, what are you, man? Team Coke or Team Pepsi?
I mean, we're kind of spoiled being Canadian. We don't get all the awesome side flavors that Coke makes, because Coke does some pretty amazing side flavors. Like, I don't know if you've ever tried it, but orange sherbet Coke is freaking amazing. They used to get it at the convenience store on Park over by Subway over here.
Yep. Yeah, the one with like 44-cent cans of pop. Yep.
Yeah, they used to get like all of the different like American flavors of the pops and stuff. So I'd be able to get that, and I'd be able to get like my Tahitian treat, which I haven't drank that stuff in years.
I'm sorry, you're what?
Tahiti treat.
One more time.
Tahiti treat.
Oh boy! Wow. Sorry, I need to take hang on. I need to take a hit and a drink after that. one moment, please.
I'm gonna have to say Coke, because Coke has much better extra flavors. But just plain Pepsi is better than just plain Coke.
I'm gonna go Team Coke because heroin's bad. No, I'm gonna go Team Coke, specifically because I love Barks root beer. A&W is Coke. Barks is Coke. I feel like not only is Team Coke's root beer better than Team Pepsi's, but I think there are other brands that have better root beer than Team Pepsi too. I'm not a mug fan at all. All right, Johnny, you want to read? Sorry, I'm the room's not spitting yet, but we're getting close. You want to read these Team Coke answers for me?
All right, let's hit the chat. Oh boy, I gotta scroll back up here. Let's see. Freddie says Coke. DMT says heroin. Troy Gruff says Coke. Freddie says Coke again, so I'm guessing maybe the first time he was picking cane, like cocaine. Aaron Click says heroin also. Cat says Coke. Fat Pat says Coke. Solid Saturn says not a soda fan. Aaron Click said Coke. Wayne Gotke says heroin. That jumped me in the chat. DMT says cocaine. Troy Gruff says Team Coke. Wayne Gotke says Coke. Michael Myers says blood.
Wow, no, hang on. No, let's give him some bells there.
We're going to go for bells there.
Like, think about that. Like, that's committing to staying in character.
That's fine.
You know what? That's encore bells. I'm Team Mike.
American Turkey Burger says that's easy. Coke for sure. Chiretti says, oh, fuck, then Pepsi because I love Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Is Dr. Pepper owned by both?
No.
Or is that Mountain Dew?
No.
One of them is owned by both of them.
It's not Dr. Pepper, I don't think.
Aaron Click says Coke, which would have basically been Team Cocaine back in the day. That's true. DMT says, I can't choose between Tommy and Kieran. That question is cancer. Kat says, oh, Dr. Pepper is good, though. American Turkey Burger says Coke is one hell of a drug. DMT finally answers and says Coca-Cola over Pepsi any day. Kat wants to know what's orange sherbet Coke. It is literally like orange vanilla Coke. It is really, really
Is it weird
good.
that when you say that, I'm like, is he talking about like you know how they have the root beer floats? I'm like, is it like an orange sherbet float?
No, it's an actual bottle. They had it. Maybe one day once things start opening up and the border opens up a bit more and they get some in there, then I'll see if I can't get a bottle and bring it on stream with me sometime. Freddie says Dr. Pepper and Appleton's rum is delicious.
Shrooms.
Troy says Toronto Freddy, up here in Pennsylvania, Coke is with Dr. Pepper. I thought Dr. Pepper was a Pepsi product. I thought so too, because Dr. Pepper is on Pepsi taps at like Harvey's. Cat's never heard of the orange sherbet Coke. That's fine. DMT says he's surprised there's never been a strawberry Coke flavor. That's actually surprising. Aaron says you're making him want to smoke. Let's see. Art Wishwood says cherry Coke or wild cherry Pepsi. Oh, cherry Coke all day.
Oh no, wild cherry Pepsi when you can get it. Yeah, no, for sure.
I'll take my cherry Coke, man.
You keep your cherry. Nobody else wants your cherry. We don't want your
Troy
cherry.
says in Canada, Dr. Pepper is Pepsi. He thinks Aaron says Dr. Pepper is owned by 7-Up, which is owned by Pepsi.
That's confusing.
I'm gonna have to look this up here in a second as we finish. But Freddie says Pepsi owns Dr. Pepper and 7-Up, and categories that the orange sherbet does sound amazing. And yes, it really does. It really is.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. All right. The final one. The one that everybody's been waiting for. No, the final one.
Okay, hold on a second. I can.
Oh,
I brought this up. Okay, Dr. Pepper is manufactured in Europe and South Korea by the Coca-Cola Company, and PepsiCo in Canada and Oceania, and doesn't actually say who does it in the U.S.
Weird. Check your messages. All right. The final one. The one you've all been waiting for. No, the final one.
In the category of strange, in the United States, Keurig Dr. Pepper. It is sometimes bottled by Coke or Pepsi, but not owned by either.
Alrighty. The final one. We go all the way back to Halloween. All the way back to Halloween. And Johnny, you'll know how to do this. You remember Tim and Sid's match game?
You mean Tim and Friends match game?
Sure. Yeah, whatever it is.
He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
Is he? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a match game. So it's a really simple question, guys. This isn't the question, but it'd be like, Johnny's hat is as bad as fill in the blank. Johnny's hat is as bad as fill in the blank. And you guys will fill in the blank by sending a one-word answer in right now. Johnny, Halloween 5 is as bad as to the chat. Halloween 5 is as bad as what? Again, Halloween 5 is as bad as what? Johnny?
Halloween 5 is as bad as stepping on a Lego in the dark.
Oh, that hurts. Son of a mother. That fucking Lego. Ugh.
Come on, DMT. That's rude.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. Mine would be Halloween 5 is as bad as my dog shit. Like, just imagine just taking a pile of your dog's feces in your hand like this and having to just, for like an hour and a half. That's how I feel about Halloween 5. Let's, why don't you read some of these answers out, man?
All right, I'm going to save one because I think it's the best answer and nothing is going to top it in my home list of opinions. Okay. We just get a lot of one-word answers, so we'll just leave it in. Tina, Art Wishwood says Tina. I don't know.
Halloween 5 is as bad as Tina?
Yeah, I don't understand that one. Yeah. Fat Pat says Leprechaun 4. Kieran would hate that answer.
Art Wishwood said bananas. Halloween 5 is as bad as bananas. Someone doesn't know bananas.
Zach Gaxiola says Pearl Harbor.
In pajamas are walking down the stairs. Come on, who didn't love bananas and pajamas as a kid?
Okay, how about back to the answers that are here. Zach Gaxiola says Pearl Harbor.
What?
Actual event or movie?
Oh my God! I'm hoping he means the movie.
One's kind of acceptable. One is acceptable, and one is, dude, too soon.
In cut or uncut, it'd be cut.
Troy Grubb says a hangover. Solid Saturn says nuke. So I'm assuming that means a nuke. Aaron Click says Halloween 5 is as bad as Tony Moran. Cat, assuming that's all one answer, says Halloween 5 is as bad as Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Oh, you missed Wayne Gotke's.
No, I left that one on purpose.
Yeah.
I skipped that one because I don't think anything is better than it, so we're saving it for the end.
Rob Zombie. Michael Jackson.
Oh, did I skip that one? Oh, yes, I did. DMT says Halloween 5 is as bad as Johnny's hat. That's just wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Zach says the movie Michael Bay sucks. Okay. That's what we assumed. Just wanted to make sure that that's where you were going. And it looks like that's it for answers, except for one, which is to me the greatest answer, which is Wayne Gotke's, who says Halloween 5 is as bad as a colonoscopy by Freddy Krueger.
Wow.
And Art Wishwood agrees. He loved Bananas in Pajamas.
Bananas in pajamas are walking down the stairs. I need to do that for the next 17 minutes, and we get to 4 hours. But no,
I missed yours. You had one, Freddie. Oh, was that an answer that was as bad as 911?
Oh, okay. I get what he's saying.
I'm not.
It's not 1-1.
Oh.
American Turkey Burger is as bad as Cookie Woman giving you herpes. Oh, man. DMT's like 6-hour live stream. If super chats were higher than what they were right now, I'd be like, and it's not all money driven, but we've already been on here almost 4 hours. If super chats would have been a little more kinder tonight, I would have tried to push it to 4 hours. But there are limits. And I do think that for this set of limits, we have reached it. Quickly, Johnny, before we go, are you caught up on Mighty Ducks?
Yes.
Yeah. Thoughts on it so far?
It's interesting. I mean, I'm curious to see where we're going. Like, you know, it was nice to get the answers for why Gordon is a disillusioned, you know, former coach. I mean, I sat with my brother trying to figure out the timeline, which was a little weird because, you know, the timeline Gordon lays out is just his hockey career. So the thing we were trying to figure out was the last time we saw Gordon in D3, he was practicing the law again.
Mm-hmm.
So when did he stop doing that? And why did he not go back to that again after he got fired for the, scandal of helping a player, you know, pay for something that some backer probably would have paid for anyway?
I like it so far. Like, we gotta get to a point where the Don't Bothers become the Ducks, or why is it called the Mighty Ducks? I'm guessing that's end of season thing that happens.
I could see them sort of playing for the name, like if the Don't Bothers make it to the championship, and then they play for the name.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, for sure. I think the thing that kills me with it so far is there's just not been enough hockey. There hasn't been. All the Ducks movies had more hockey than this, and they're just... I'm not saying they need to be flooded, but we should have seen at least another game or two. Probably 2, to be honest. And...
I mean, to this point, the Don't Bothers have played, 2 games?
Something like that. Like it's just it's not enough. Because the season's 10 episodes long, I believe. So,
I mean, I think the back half is going to be a lot more hockey oriented.
I hope so.
Like, I think the next episode is kind of Gordon transitions to being more active as the coach, because it's the episode after this that is the reunion episode.
I think we lost our boys. I don't see Mr. Dean Renner here anymore, and I don't see Maddie Whitfield here anymore either. We put them to sleep. I'm not saying I don't like it. I've enjoyed it so far, but make sure the whole season doesn't lack hockey as much as this.
I assume you were kind of like our house was watching this most recent episode.
Sorry, what?
Watching the slapshot competition.
What about it?
A slap shot never coming off the ice going 30 miles an hour. And then that last one that's like maybe an inch off the ice at most and then shoots up to the middle of the net. Like, we had a bit of a field day with that one.
Max Elliott says, your hat is as bad as The Last Jedi. Oh, wow. Good stuff.
You're just blowing through our whole monthly budget, aren't you?
Oh, man. Michael Myers says Halloween 5 is as bad as Jason's Dead franchise. Oh, man. Mikey, why are you speaking so down to your own movie, Mikey? I'm tempted to try to go to the 11 minutes here. DMT says he falls asleep to watching us.
Aww.
That makes me feel...
Is that a compliment or are we boring?
Dean says, I'm here. I've been trying to think of as good a H5 is bad answer as he can. Oh, he's got one. Drum roll, please. What do you got? While we're waiting for Dean, Johnny Offspring just put out a new album, man. And
I was unaware of this.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. You can listen to it all free on their official channel. And it's so good. So good. It feels like a more modern but old Offspring at the same time, as much as that contradicts one another. And you know their song Gone Away, they have like a slowed down piano version of it on the album too. It's really good. The album's called Offspring Let the Bad Times Roll. And I know you, and I know some of the Offspring songs you like. I think you'll really like that album. And like typical Offspring, it has like, I think there's 12 or 13 tracks on it. And the album's only like 33 or 34 minutes long. So a bunch of 2.5 to 3.5 minute songs. Love that Offspring.
I'm trying to figure out why there is one square above my left, beside my left arm of the green screen that just won't disappear into this background.
I don't know what you're talking about.
In like the
okay, never mind.
Here.
Yeah, I see it.
Is a square of green that has been bugging me all night, and I have no idea why it's there.
Oh man, have my fumes been getting all the way to your place? Jeez. Oh man.
Well, at first I thought it was part of the screen. I'm like, that's different. I never noticed that before. And then I noticed it started disappearing and reappearing. Like my eyes, like, what the hell is that?
Bum 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 bum. There's a no.
Zach Gaxiolo says Halloween 5 is as bad as the laughably short runtime of Rise of Skywalker. Hell, Endgame was 3 hours, and look at it. It made bank. Disney can be so hypocritical sometimes. That's a lot more than a one-word answer or a short answer. Zach?
I like it, though.
Did we read Dean's?
No, I've been saving it.
Okay.
I think I might end the show with it. I see
All right,
Dean's
then.
there.
I don't know if it's better than was it Wayne's with the Kruger colonoscopy.
Yeah, Wayne's is up there too.
It's at least on par with that one.
Toronto Freddy says nothing will be any better than Smash. Oh, Smash is amazing, man. Love Smash.
Hard not to be good. I mean, without a doubt, look at that roster.
Bad Habit. Like, Bad Habit is such a good song.
I was trying to make a Smash Bros joke there, and you ran right over it.
You stupid, dumb shit, goddamn motherfucker. Oh my God, so good. Not my impression of it, but the actual song itself. Of course. Of course. Man, you know what I'm realizing on this watch through Smallville? The earlier seasons are so much better. Like 1 through 5 is just much higher quality than 6 through 10.
Yeah.
Zach says we need some type of the Rise of Skywalker extended cut. We need a cut that isn't that movie. And we need a Last Jedi cut that's not that movie either. And let's just start back from where The Force Awakens ended. They can call it the alternate timeline or whatever. Star Wars, the sequels, World Between Worlds.
Let's not.
Max says, take that hat off, damn it.
Yeah, Sean, take that hat off.
What? No. Open the glove box, reach inside, gonna wreck this fucker's ride because I got a bad habit. Oh, yeah, got a bad habit. Oh.
You're gonna start him singing, Freddie. We don't want that.
No. Toronto Freddy, Johnny's hat is as bad as H2O CGI mask. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I can't not do this now.
Y'all are just haters. Like, just straight up haters, man. I can't help it if I rep a winning franchise.
Oh, man, this is gold.
Oh, okay. No, Max, get out with that. Come on, dude. We were getting along so great, and you tell me to write Patriots over it? Get out of here with that garbage.
You had me jumping over there thinking it was like friggin', the idiots.
No. This is just, Patriots, man. If I wanted to put a Cheaters hat on, I got an Astros hat from like 20 years ago. If I'm gonna rep some Cheaters, I'll at least rep ones I like. Tom, oh God, we're not talking about him.
All right. We'll just sit that there.
Since the chat's in football mood right now, I'll say this: if Julian Edelman goes in the Hall of Fame, that's a horrible decision.
Oh my God.
Just purely based on his stat line, it's a horrible decision.
Oh man.
So Freddie's just picking up. Don't succumb to peer pressure, Freddie. You're stronger than that.
Someone said to me today that Rian Johnson could direct a great Star Wars movie as long as he's not allowed to write it. What's your take on that?
I mean, sure, that makes sense to me. I mean, he's not a bad director. So, I mean, sure, he could probably direct a good, Star Wars movie as long as he doesn't write it. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say, oh, he is not Hall of Fame worthy. Good grief.
Oh my god, this Myers CGI. Oh my god. Wow.
Let's see. How does a guy who doesn't even have 7,000 receiving yards get in the Hall of Fame? No. It's no. 36 touchdowns and you're a Hall of Famer. My tuchus.
Where was I here? Okay, let's read Dean's before I forget. Dean says H5 is as bad as a dinner party at the Sawyers Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I don't know how I managed to do it, but I've got like the screen up because I got the chat open in YouTube. Somehow I managed to go back to like way earlier in the I don't know how I pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
But I turned my YouTube, I'm looking, and all of a sudden I see Tommy and Kieran talking. It's like, wait, what?
It's an illusion.
Somehow I managed to go back 3 hours in the feed.
Anyways, though, I think that's going to do it for tonight. This was a fun one. This was a real fun one. I quite enjoyed it.
If that happens, Max Elliott, I will find you. I will hurt you. I will bury you in a desert somewhere and forget about you.
Fandom Empire is not responsible for any actions that Johnny may or may not make. Wow. Johnny, this was one of the more fun ones. One of the fun ones that we haven't had since, I'd say, Star Wars Wastelands. Thoughts?
Oh, this has definitely been an amazing night. I've had so much fun. Except for all the hate my hat's taken in the last half hour. That's not cool, guys.
I don't even care if it's a new Green Bay Packers hat. You need a new hat.
Hat shame.
You need to let that one go.
Well, I can't exactly go out and replace it right now.
Like, look at Michael. Michael's looking right at you. Do you see him? He's like.
I wish I didn't.
Like the before pictures in the corners are Michael before seeing your hat, and the middle one is Michael after seeing your hat.
Don't.
Oh my God.
You're a horrible individual.
This was fun. Let me just say, if Aaron Rodgers ends up on the Patriots, oh my God, poor Johnny is never going to hear the end of it. Oh man, dude, I can only
Unless
imagine.
it happens like when he's old and washed up, sort of like Brett
next
Favre
season.
going to the Jets. Like, then I'm okay with it because by that point we'll have replaced him. But like, no, just no. It's a horrible thought, Max Elliott. I don't know if I'm looking generally in the right direction to get you in the chat bubble, but that is awful. Don't say that again.
Oh my God. Wow, that's going to do it. What a fun one. What a blast. Just a real fun night and proof that, hey, it doesn't need to be a super successful Super Chat night, and tonight wasn't really that. And yet we had a ton of fun with each and every one of you. We thank you so much for your continued dedication and support of the channel. Johnny, what's next for Bros before Pros? Bros before Pros.
Well, I would like to get some YouTube content recorded and put up there, but I have tried recording like 4 different times since Friday, and every time I start getting towards the end of a video, because I'm I wanted to start with an MLB video on the PS4, get that team started, get it going. Every time I'd get rolling, I'd get disconnected from the server. It's just, oh god, it's been horrible timing. Either way, we'll be back streaming probably Friday at some point, maybe before. I really don't know. It's not going to be scheduled completely, but we will throw a post up on the Facebook page and on Twitter. So you can, if you follow either of those, so give me a like on Facebook. I had my whole link thing page up here. There we go. You can find us Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, /Bros Before Pros Gaming, and on Twitter, /Bros Before Pros TTV. Keep an eye on those places for future content.
Good shit. Good shit. Even CGI Michael here, our buddy, who might have to become a part-time guest on the show, is thinking,
can we replace Kieran with him?
We just cut out the actual mask and put it on top of
Photoshop Kieran's
whoever's being the annoying guy that round table show. Wow.
You must wear the CG mask.
Aaron Click says, how many of you had to charge your phone if you were watching on your phone during the stream? This guy did. Oh, that's commitment, Aaron. Appreciate it. Hopefully,
all 27 of you
well.
who are still here with us at 1:15 a.m. on the East Coast, you're awesome. We love 28 people now watching by my number.
You're all
awesome.
I'm sure it's going to go up again. Or maybe it'll go down. Maybe it'll go down since they know we're ending the show here. Yeah, it went down. Back to 27. Anyway.
Either way, we love all you guys for sticking around with us this long, even though for the last, almost 2 hours now, close to it, since we said goodbye to Kieran, it feels like. Good Lord.
Yeah, wow. Wow. And I think Kieran was gone at the 2.5 hour mark, but yeah.
Either way, it's been over an hour since we lost Kieran. So it's been a fun, amazing night. I haven't had this much fun in a long time, just doing nothing.
The guy who started the show knocking Seinfeld ends the show with a Seinfeld quote. That's fitting. That's fitting.
Should we argue about buttons to end the show?
Oh no, I can't. But I might literally order some.
Stop right now, Max Elliott. You stop right now.
Stop it. Stop it. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's Johnny, Bros Before Pros Gaming. He said maybe live Friday night.
Maybe soon. Who knows?
Thursday, I'm not sure what we're going to do yet. We know we end with Fandom News Now, hosted by Zach. Fandom Empire Live has nothing set for Thursday. Might do a countdown episode, see who's available. This stream was as long as Zack Snyder's Justice League. Oh, man. Just think, I probably could have finished all of WandaVision in this time.
Not quite. You're back near the beginning, aren't you?
Yeah, I've seen the first 2 episodes, so.
No, you couldn't have finished it.
Wow. Good shit. Anyways, check us out. Twitter. Seriously, guys, ladies and gents, there's still 30 of you watching, It's 1:15 and you're watching, which means you obviously are, I don't know what you are.
Probably falling asleep watching us on your phone.
Follow us on socials. Interact with us on socials, because the more you interact, the better the socials trend with others. More people get aware. The community grows. Follow us on socials Twitter @FandomEmpireNow. Instagram, FandomEmpireNow. Facebook group, the Fandom Empire Den, and the page, Fandom Empire. You can also check out our Darth Revan page, Halloween Newsnet page. We got a bunch of pages. Page for you, page for me, page for Johnny, page for, CGI Mikey here. It's all good. Fat Pat says he's high. Clearly I am too. Toronto Freddy says, we obviously love you fuckers. Johnny's a fucker. I'm not a fucker. Johnny's a
No,
fucker.
you're definitely a fucker.
Anyways, good night, everybody. This was a fun one. Until we have another one of these
Oh, Max.
ones again.
Oh, that hurts.
Good night, everybody. And remember, Johnny's hat does in fact suck.
My hat is awesome.